sure we could see you over the podium on camera.
Okay.
But if not, I've got a case. So I just want to make sure that's comfortable for you.
Is that good?
Okay, great. You look great.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm used to that. In surgery, I always
No, it's,
sometimes 3.
I'm gonna. So just when you come out, I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Oh, we may have. Oh. Okay. Maybe even be better than when I was trying to
I
case.
know I'm a tiny person myself. How was that?
All right.
Yeah.
You can try it.
Okay.
There's probably need to put
That's probably
something
not.
on it.
Yeah.
Let's put something on. Yeah, maybe that might be
That,
it.
that works better.
Yeah.
Can they really not see me in the back?
You can't know.
No.
So we basically got, we got like
Okay. Is it okay if I step off the?
we need you on the microphone. I'd say let's try to go with this one in
Okay.
this.
Yeah, let's do that. And let's put some type of padding on it so that you don't fall.
Okay.
To give you.
Yeah. Okay.
That work?
Yeah.
That works. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So your end is from here to here. So you have this one.
Okay.
Okay.
The
Alright.
joist is gonna be here, so.
So what I'll do
you're
is
gonna.
I'll be up here. I'll be on the side.
Yeah, and you just push that back inside. Yeah, you're good.
Thanks, Ivy.
I am a bit lighter. When I try it. I let it from Alright, great.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Carr, the first IVF baby in the United States, and I am so glad you're here to raise your voices for a cause so clearly near and dear to my heart. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person with you, but thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for all you do. I can't wait to hear all the stories that come out of this, and keep doing what you're doing. We need you now more than ever.
It's on the wrong slide. Hi, good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for being here. It is my honor to welcome you to this externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on infertility and in vitro fertilization. My name is Joyce Reinecke, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Fertility Preservation. The AFP is a national nonprofit organization, and we are dedicated to expanding fertility preservation information, resources, and access for patients at risk for medically caused infertility from chemotherapy, radiation, and surgery. The patients that we serve not only face imminent sterility from their medical treatments, but they also emerge from treatment sometimes with subfertility or infertility, and they need ART treatments and IVF in order to build their families. Because our organization is focused on medically induced infertility, we have partnered with the Cade Foundation to broaden the scope of the patient voices that are here and the experiences of infertility that naturally arise or are originated from other causes. We are extremely thankful for the partnership, and I will turn it over to their CEO, Dr. Camille Hammond, to tell you about their organization.
Thank you so much, Joyce, for that warm introduction. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Dr. Camille Hammond, CEO and co-founder of the Cade Foundation. We are a national nonprofit committed to helping families overcome infertility. We believe that family building is a human right, not a privilege. Since our founding, we have awarded over $2 million in family building grants for adoption and fertility treatment. But our work extends far beyond funding. We provide evidence-based education and lead advocacy efforts to expand access to reproductive and maternal health care, especially for communities that are too often left out of the conversation. That is why we are proud to co-host this event with the Alliance for Fertility Preservation. This program elevates the lived experiences of patients, ensuring that their voices are directly used to inform drug development, clinical care, and policy decisions. Because overcoming infertility isn't just a medical journey, it's a patient-centered issue that deserves and demands to be heard. At Cade, we are committed to turning those voices into action so more families have the opportunity to build the futures of which they dream.
Thanks, Camille. So before we get this meeting underway, there are people I want to acknowledge. First, we are deeply grateful to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for giving us this opportunity to hold this meeting. Thank you. We know that this is the first meeting of its kind on infertility, and we're very grateful for that. We appreciate your support of the topic, and your presence here today with us signals your commitment to including the patient voice in the drug development and regulatory process, so thank you. I also want to thank our exclusive sponsor, EMD Serono, who has been a great supporter of patient groups for so many years and has sought to include and value patient input in a sincere and elevated way for a very long time. So I want to thank you for identifying, and I learned this during Patient 360, that the patient experience is not just an anecdote, but it is data, and it really needs to be an integral part of advancing the treatment of infertility. I also want everyone to note that today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together behind the scenes. I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who's had a hand in preparing for the meeting. And I want to give a special shout out to Megan Solinger on my team, who has really been a force and has put in a lot of hard work to make this possible.
Infertility is often spoke about in clinical terms, but for millions of people, it is not just a medical condition. It's an emotional, physical, financial, and spiritual journey that touches every corner of a person's life. It can be something that a person is born with, something that develops over time because of physiological conditions or due to aging, or it can be something that happens suddenly without warning. Regardless of the cause, it affects one's identity, relationships, mental health, long-term well-being, and even vision for their future. And while techniques, procedures, and medications for treating infertility have opened doors that were once closed, IVF and other assisted reproductive technologies come with burdens, uncertainty, side effects, and the weight of hope that must be rebuilt again and again, month after month. Today is about bringing those realities forward through the stories of people who have lived them. Today, you will hear from just a small number of patients, a small number of stories from our panelists and from those participants in the room. But we also know that many are joining us remotely, and we invite those who are joining remotely to submit your questions and thoughts in writing during the program. Please listen and contribute throughout the day and participate in our remote polling. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we'll do our very best to share as many comments as we can. Be assured that any comments that we're unable to share are still very important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report that will be published after this meeting.
Thanks, Camille. Before we leave the stage, I want to acknowledge the patients and families who will speak here today and know that we are with you and we have walked with you in this journey. We are so grateful that you're here to speak publicly and create an enduring record that will not only help shape and improve fertility treatments going forward, including IVF, but also show others that they are not alone. So we're honored to be with you here today. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Christina Chang. Dr. Chang is the director of the Division of Urology, Obstetrics, and Gynecology, and she's going to be providing us with some opening comments from the FDA perspective. So, Dr. Chang, thank you.
I used to operate with my partner who's 6'6", so I'm used to standing on 3-step stools in the operating room. So good morning and welcome. My name is Christina Chang, and I'm the director of the Division of Urology, Obstetrics, and Gynecology in the center of the Drug Center of the FDA. And my background is a general OBGYN. So it is a privilege and honor for me to be here this morning to welcome all of you to this externally led PFDD meeting. And our topic today is infertility, which affects 1 in 10 women of reproductive age in the United States. My division in the CEDAR FDA oversees the drugs and biologics used for ovulation induction and developing ovarian follicles as part of the assisted reproductive technology cycle. So everyone on my team, and that includes Dr. Jana Comstock, who, Jana, stand up, please, and let everybody know who you are. Dr. Comstock is an REI specialist, and she leads the clinical team that manages the day-to-day activities for the reproductive endocrinology products. So Jana and I are committed to, and everyone on her team are committed to ensuring that the women suffering from infertility have access to safe and effective treatments, including IVF. So I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders who are attending this meeting. And although FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one part of this whole process. And I'm glad to see such a high level of engagement from the patients and advocates who are here in attendance and also attending virtually. So thank you all for being part of this, this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I'd also like to thank the Alliance for Fertility Preservation and the Cade Foundation, and all the staff that were involved in planning and coordinating this meeting. We recognize that the perspectives from patients are so essential to the development of drug products and therapies. We're here today to listen to the lived experiences because the patient stories are a powerful motivating factor for Dr. Comstock and me while we review the drug products and the clinical data in our work. As public servants, we're here to work on your behalf. So let me pan back a little bit and share a broad overview of what we do at the FDA and CDER. The FDA is responsible for protecting the public health by ensuring the safety, efficacy, and security of human and animal drugs, biologic products, and medical devices, and also by ensuring the safety of the nation's food supply, cosmetics, and products that emit radiation. And there are multiple centers within the FDA that are responsible for these different aspects of our mission. And the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, where Yana and I work, is the center that's responsible for ensuring that people have access to safe and effective drugs. So what is patient-focused drug development? Delivering new medicines to patients through biomedical innovation requires advances in regulatory decision tools to support drug development and our review. The Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative, or PFDD, is one such regulatory tool that FDA has increasingly relied on over the decade or so. Patients are uniquely positioned to inform the understanding of the therapeutic context for drug development and review because they are experts in what it's like to live with a disease or condition. All the PFDD meetings provide an important opportunity for FDA, drug sponsors, and researchers to hear directly from the patients, the patient advocates, and caretakers about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact of the disease has on patients' lives and the function in daily living, and the patient's experiences with currently available treatments. For more than a decade, FDA has recognized the need for a more systematic approach to gather patient perspectives on their condition and treatment options. The PFDD initiative started in 2012 as part of the FDA's commitment under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, or PDUFA 5, to more systematically gather patient input. And during PDUFA 5, which covers 2012 to 2017, FDA held 24 disease-specific PFDD meetings, giving patients a platform to contribute their input towards the review and development of drug products. PFDD meetings in the first few years of the PDUFA 5 were primarily FDA-led, and the topics included breast cancer, lung cancer, female sexual dysfunction, sickle cell disease, Parkinson's disease, Huntington's disease. So what about externally led PFDD meetings? So over time, there was growing external interest in expanding the efforts to gather patient input in supporting the drug development and evaluation. And at the FDA, we also recognize that there were many, many more disease and areas that could be addressed than what the FDA resources could manage. So in 2012, FDA started welcoming patient organizations to identify and organize their own patient-focused collaborations. That's how the externally led PFDD meetings came about. These externally led meetings are planned and hosted by patient organizations with the input from FDA staff. And these meetings use the same process established under the FDA-led PFDD meetings. So how do the externally led PFDD meetings move drug development forward? For one, externally led meetings are a great networking and community building initiative, and these meetings can help to channel patient engagement Building on the momentum from the initial PFDD meetings, some patient organizations can form additional alliances with other organizations and have synergized efforts in a given therapeutic space. Second, the externally led meetings could serve to identify opportunities for further discussions with patients about their condition and may generate additional research questions. And third, these externally led meetings could offer opportunity to foster relationship between patient organizations and industry or product developers. So over the years, many of these interactions have become very fruitful in spurring development, and the input from the patients in these externally led meetings have spurred product approvals, including Pompe's disease, primary biliary cholangitis, and Barth syndrome, to just name a few. So let me switch gear to briefly talk about the process of drug development. Stakeholders often focus on the approval phase of clinical programs, but I'll emphasize that the product receiving the final market approval is really the culmination of a very long process that goes from the initial discovery, drug discovery, all the way to a final regulatory decision. So this slide has a schematic of a typical drug development timeline, and successful product development programs result in approval is rooted in a solid foundational work, beginning with sound basic science by discovering the right compound, solid preclinical studies to better understand how the drug works in animals and to identify any potential safety risks, and finally, with appropriately designed and well-conducted clinical trials in patients to evaluate the safety and benefit of the drug. And as early as possible and throughout this whole process, FDA encourages continued engagement among all stakeholders so that patients' perspectives are considered and incorporated into the program. While the FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, as I said, we're just one part of the process. The PFDD meetings give FDA and other key stakeholders, including sponsors, investigators, healthcare providers, and our federal partners, an important insight into the therapeutic context and strengthen everyone's understanding of the disease and treatment burden. So FDA would like to hear from the patients about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact of the disease has on their daily lives, and their experiences with current available treatments. Also important to the FDA, these perspectives from the patients help the FDA staff when we advise sponsors on designing their clinical programs, and also when we conduct benefit-risk assessment during the application review. Patient perspectives also don't just help the FDA, they can help the drug sponsors as they identify or create tools to measure the benefit of potential therapeutics. They can also help the sponsors get insight prior to clinical trials on how to recruit and retain patients. Patient perspectives can help elucidate the motivation for participation in clinical trials and what helps to promote retention in a clinical trial. So, for example, by eliminating the burden of procedures and visits during the clinical trials. And these are just a few examples of how incorporating patient perspectives into clinical development can favorably impact the programs and increase the likelihood of success of a development program. So to put things in a larger context then, PFDD meetings, whether they're FDA-led, patient listening sessions, or externally led, are just one component of the agency's larger effort to enhance the incorporation of patient input in medical product development. And in recent years, we have worked on publishing guidance documents on patient-focused methodologies, and we held 2 public workshops recently to discuss enhancing the collection and the use of patient experience data. And as of yesterday, there had been 242 PFDD meetings. Today's meeting will raise that number to 243. So after every PFDD meeting, FDA publishes a report called Voice of the Patients to summarize the discussion from the meeting. And the information that you provide today will not only help those who are present at the meeting, but also will be compiled into a report posted to the FDA website to be made available to stakeholders well into the future. You'll also find the other reports from other PFDD's meetings on this site. Once again, we're all here today to hear the voice of the patients, and so thank you so much for your participation. We're very grateful to each of you for being here. And let me just close by thanking everybody for taking the time to participate, and let me turn it over back to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for being here. Okay, so now we are going to hear from Dr. Glenn Chapman, a reproductive endocrinologist and associate professor of reproductive medicine at the Weill Cornell College of Medicine. He is also the chairman of the board of directors for the Alliance for Fertility Preservation. Dr. Chapman is going to provide a clinical overview of infertility, which will give us the scientific foundation for today's discussion. And unfortunately, Dr. Chapman got called away and has taped his presentation. So we'll be showing that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Glenn Chapman. I'm an associate professor at the Weill Medical College of Cornell University. I'm also the chairperson of the Alliance for Fertility Preservation. I'd like to thank you all for having me here today to have this discussion. And my goal today is to give you a clinical overview of infertility. I'd like to thank Joyce and the AFP, Alliance for Fertility Preservation, for inviting me and for organizing this meeting. It should turn out to be a great day. So what is infertility? Infertility is a disease, condition or status characterized by any of the following. It's the inability to achieve a successful pregnancy period. And the causes for this can be identifiable by a thorough medical, sexual, and reproductive history, physical findings, diagnostic testing, or any combination of those factors. The evaluation should begin at least at 12 months if the female partner in a heterosexual couple is less than 35 years of age, or by 6 months when the female partner is over 35 years of age. And that's when no identifiable etiologies can be identified. In other words, if somebody has a history of irregular periods, we're not going to wait 12 months because we know she's not ovulating to try and achieve a pregnancy. So that time frame can be shortened if there's identifiable risk factors. The need for medical intervention, including use of donor gametes or embryos to achieve a pregnancy, is also part of the diagnosis of infertility. And this could be an individual who's attempting to achieve a pregnancy as a single parent, or it could be a couple who needs, let's say, donor eggs and sperm or donor embryos to achieve a pregnancy. And importantly, no part of this definition may be used or should be used to deny or delay care to any individual regardless of relationship status or sexual orientation. This definition has been adopted by both ASRM, the American Medical Association, and the World Health Organization. So let's look at epidemiology. Who is affected by infertility? Well, 13.5% of U.S. women of reproductive age, age 15 to 49, face impaired fecundity. What does that mean? They have a reduced chance of getting pregnant, while 8.5% actually meet that criteria for infertility of 12 months of trying under 35, or at least 6 months of trying and getting regular periods, so they're trying every month and not achieving a pregnancy. In the male, it's approximately 12% of U.S. men experience fertility problems, contributing to overall infertility rates. Globally, about 17.5% of adults worldwide experience infertility, and it's consistent across income levels. So it doesn't matter what your income is, what your educational status is, but what does make a difference is age. The older you are, the more likely you are to experience infertility, and the outcomes are really going to be different based on your access to care or to diagnostic care and with treatments, as well as financial barriers to fertility treatments. So while we can identify etiologies in subcouples, access to care is critically important to defining and developing effective treatments to overcome the cause of infertility in that couple. So if we look at the causes overall, about equally split, 33% can be identified as single male factor infertility, causes of infertility. 32% are female only causes of infertility. 18% where both partners are identified as contributing some part of the cause for infertility. And in 15%, it's unexplained. We don't find a cause. It doesn't mean there's not a cause. It just means that our testing isn't sensitive enough to find a potential cause of infertility in that couple. So the diagnosis of infertility. Well, as we talked about, 12 months if you're under 35 and 6 months or more if you're over 35 years of age. And it's really just to expedite the process of not being inefficient with time, because time is really critical. If there are known risk factors, as I mentioned, if a patient's having irregular periods, they're not ovulating every month, well, trying for 12 months means you've only had 2 or 3 or 4 tries to achieve a pregnancy in that time. So if they're not ovulating, and we can tell that by them not getting regular periods, you want to evaluate them sooner and not let them waste time while they're not ovulating. If they have a history of endometriosis, that can cause tubal disease. Endometriosis is the lining of the uterus. It's outside. It causes inflammation and it can block off the tubes. If they have a history of pelvic infections, same thing, or known male factor. Again, we don't want to make them wait that full 12 months or 6 months before they start an evaluation and treatments that are effective to overcome the barrier to conceive a pregnancy. Infertility care should be inclusive and equitable, regardless of marital status, sexual orientation, or gender identity. And as we talked about the demographic differences, while the prevalence varies by age, the older you are, the more likely you are to experience infertility. The access to diagnostic testing as well as treatments should be equal and equivalent for all and should not be dependent on their access to care or financial barriers to fertility treatments. The workup starts with a comprehensive history and examination. A detailed medical, reproductive, and exposure history is critically important to identifying factors that are easily fixed. If someone has irregular periods, for example, if they have a history of chemotherapy in the past that will affect their fertility, or surgeries where their tubes have been removed, or they have tubal blockage for pelvic infections, that can be identified in a history a lot of times. A focused physical examination of both partners, both male and female. As we said, male and female cause of infertility are equal between the two. And we also recommend pan-ethnic genetic testing to identify potential genetic recessive traits like cystic fibrosis, for example, that we don't want to identify or find out about after conception has occurred. This is something we want to be preemptive about before they achieve pregnancy. A female fertility assessment essentially evaluates ovulatory function. Are they getting regular periods? Are they ovulating? As well as ovarian reserve. We'll talk about ovarian reserve in just a second. We get routine labs to make sure they're immune to rubella, varicella, measles nowadays, because measles is on the rise, because those diseases can affect pregnancy and affect both the mother and the fetus in terms of risks to the mother and to the baby. We also want to assess the uterine cavity and tubal patency. Are the fallopian tubes open? Can they pick up the egg from the ovary so that fertilization can occur? And this is usually done with a simple X-ray called a hysterosalpingogram. We put liquid into the uterus. It fills up the uterus and goes out the tubes. An X-ray identifies if the uterus is normal and if the tubes are open. And a male fertility evaluation includes a semen analysis and any additional testing based on the results of that initial semen analysis. Let's look at causes of male infertility for a second, and then what we do. So it could be sperm production problems. There can be genetic causes like micro-Y deletions, and genetics, these little deletions will lead to abnormal or absent sperm production. So there's no sperm production. So in the ejaculate, there is no sperm identified. There could be an obstruction causing no sperm in the ejaculate. One of the typical examples of obstructions can be bilateral absence of the vas deferens caused by minor mutations in the cystic fibrosis gene, which cause obstruction of the vas deferens or absence of the vas deferens. So no sperm can exit the testicle during ejaculation. There can be things like varicoceles, which cause increased testicular temperature, which lowers sperm production, infections, and all these other causes. And a semen analysis, if it's abnormal, these are the things that a male reproductive urologist looks for to identify that are potentially correctable causes of male infertility. So a semen analysis is just obtaining the ejaculate, looking under the microscope for how much sperm are present, the count, how many of them are motile, the motility, and how many of them are normally shaped. Female infertility causes include, as we talked about, not ovulating or ovulatory disorders. Tubal obstruction, the tubal factor, is where the tube cannot pick up the egg so that it can get fertilized by the sperm. Things that can cause tubal disease are infections, endometriosis, those types of things, or in fact, there can be structural abnormalities of the uterus. Cancer and cancer treatments are one of the things that can affect egg ovarian age, as well as the egg quality, egg numbers, and age itself leads to fewer and lower quality eggs that are more prone to genetic abnormalities, which lead to increased risks of miscarriage and bad pregnancy outcomes, as well as lower chances of pregnancy. And that is what a female reproductive urologist looks for to evaluate potential causes of infertility in the female. And I want to just mention one little thing about egg reserve testing, ovarian reserve testing, because ovarian reserve is different for individuals of the same chronologic age. In other words, every 32-year-old does not have the same egg reserve. The way we test egg reserve is we look at the ovaries directly with an ultrasound or a sonogram, and we can count up the number of follicles in the ovary. And everyone talks about an AMH of 1 being normal. Well, it depends on where you are in your reproductive lifespan. If you're young, an AMH of 1 is quite low, in fact. So your egg reserve is very low if your AMH is 1 and you're 20 or 25 years old. If you're 40 years old and your egg reserve should be much lower, then AMH of 1 is actually pretty good. So it's not a static number. It's a dynamic number based on the age of the person. The way we look at egg reserve is we can actually, as I said, do an ultrasound and count up the number of follicles that we see in the ovary, or do a blood test called AMH. So the signal from the ovary is AMH. So the more eggs you have, the more AMH you should have in your bloodstream, and the ultrasound should show more eggs. As you get older, or even if you're younger, and as you go through your supply of eggs, which is finite when you're born, and you go through them over your lifetime, that egg reserve number goes down. So antral follicle count goes down. And that correlates again directly to AMH levels. So AMH levels decline and antral follicle counts decline as people get older. Now, this is a measure of ovarian reserve, not a measure of egg quality. Egg quality is only identified by someone's chronologic age. So, for example, a 40-year-old that has a good egg reserve has a much lower chance of pregnancy than a 25-year-old with a bad egg reserve because of egg quality, which really dominates this story here in terms of the chances of achieving a pregnancy. Some of the things that can affect egg reserve are cancer treatments. Now, on the left side of the screen, you can see clearly survival rates for young adults with cancer and children with cancer are excellent. In the red bars, 85% of young children with cancer will survive more than 5 years from their treatments, and long-term survival is likely. 15 to 19-year-old young adults, 87% long-term survival. Leukemias and central nervous system diseases, the survival rates are still really, really good for all these individuals. So most young adults with cancers will survive their cancers. The issue is that the treatments will affect their future fertility. And it depends on what treatment you get. Some are more toxic to the ovaries than others. In other words, they damage those egg supply that people are born with, as well as the sperm supply in men. And some of that is not recoverable afterwards. I mean, there is some recovery afterwards, but it's not good in terms of long-term outcomes. So fertility rates, or chances of getting pregnant after treatments for cancers as a child, leads to an overall 50% reduction in the chance of getting pregnant in the future. And that's why every organization here on the right side of the screen, ASCO, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, the American Academy of Pediatrics, ACOG, AMA, and the American Society of Reproductive Medicine have all recommended that before any treatments begin, that a discussion with the parents or the child or adult should include a discussion of the effects of chemotherapy and their treatments on their future fertility, so we can make some plans in advance to preserve their fertility for the future when they want to have a family later in life. So the considerations of who should get treated, like, for example, some young adults with lymphomas, Hodgkin's lymphoma, for example, will get a treatment called ABVD, which is not very toxic to the ovaries. In fact, it doesn't really damage the ovaries very much, and they may not need to preserve fertility for the future. However, most chemotherapies, especially those with alkylating agents, and radiation therapy to the ovaries or to the uterus, greatly increase the risk of permanent gonadal damage to the ovaries or the testes or the uterus, and therefore subsequent infertility. And we can quantify that risk based on the disease that we're treating, as well as the dose of what we call a cyclophosphamide equivalent dose that someone's going to get, which can sort of help us guesstimate what the overall effect is on their future fertility and on their egg supply or sperm supply. And remember, it's not just what you get, but it's how long after you get that you may be attempting pregnancy. So the longer you wait from getting treatments, so when you would try to achieve a pregnancy, so if you're 2 years old and get this treatment, the effect is going to be worse 15 or 20 years down the road than if you get it when you're, let's say, 20 years old, and it may only be 5 years from getting treatments to trying to get pregnant in the future. So it's what you're getting, the dose of what you're getting, and the age you are, and the length of time between getting the treatments and future fertility that play into the equation of who needs to have fertility preservation. Fertility preservation methods are great today. We can freeze eggs, we can freeze sperm, we can freeze embryos. We can also freeze ovarian tissue for patients that don't have time to freeze eggs or embryos. So those are options we can talk about on how we can improve the treatments like chemotherapy to be less toxic to the ovaries. So the drug development also should include considerations of how we can make cancer therapies effective without damaging the ovaries. And it's important to counsel patients about the long-term outcomes of their treatments for their cancer to improve their outcome. And even if they don't want to have children in the future, that conversation really leads to a better quality of life afterwards, that they're really more comfortable with their decisions that they made beforehand. But we can also have discussions about risks, reproductive risks of the treatments they're having, contraceptive options afterwards, and long-term like hormone replacement therapy for people that are young that would be menopausal after treatments. So in summary, and I want to really appreciate, I really want to thank everyone for allowing me to sort of give this 10,000-foot view. There are many causes of infertility. It affects both men and women equally, and there are many causes that can be identified and treated effectively. We want to make an early and comprehensive evaluation for both men and women, for the couple or for males or females individually, especially in the face of known risks or risk factors. It will improve the diagnosis and early diagnosis and treatment outcomes with fertility care. And genetic testing, imaging, assisted reproductive technologies like IVF or in vitro fertilization have expanded options for infertility diagnosis, fertility preservation, and infertility treatments. And I want to thank you very much for allowing these opportunities. As I said before, I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. I would have loved to have been there in person. And at this point, I'd like to turn it back over to the moderators to continue the discussion with all of you. Thank you.
I'm sure that Dr. Chapman can hear you clapping and appreciating his talk, so thank you for that. I want to now turn everything over to James Valentine, and we have had the pleasure of working with James. He has worked on these, oh, sorry, I need to go back, sorry. For 20 years, the last 20 years, he has really been the champion for the patient voice in the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison and helped to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product center and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the PFDD program, the Patient Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with patient organizations over the years to ensure that their community voices are heard by decision makers. And he has also been involved in helping plan and moderate more than 75 externally led PFDD meetings. So we knew in working with him that we were in good hands. So I will turn it over to James. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce, and good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here today and an honor to be serving as this meeting's moderator. So now that we've heard that clinical overview from a disease expert, we get to turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people who are living with or at risk of infertility, fertility loss, or other fertility-related concerns, as well as their spouses, family members, and other close friends and care partners. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Chang, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of fertility-related concerns to inform product development and review. Today's meeting is interactive, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time right now just orienting you to what we'll be asking of you, how we'll be bringing your voices into the conversation. Related to that is how the meeting's organized, and today is structured into 2 sessions. So in our first session this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and care partner experience of living with fertility-related concerns, as well as how those concerns, as well as the symptoms and health effects impact your daily lives. In the afternoon, we'll come back together and we'll discuss your experience with different treatment approaches and strategies to manage those fertility-related issues and concerns, as well as their associated symptoms. What will those 2 discussions look like? Well, we'll be using a few different kind of ways to bring your voices into the discussion. We'll get to start out each of those discussions hearing from panels from this community who will be sharing on those topics, setting a good foundation for the discussion and reflecting a range of different experiences from different causes, as well as at different points in their lives. But we know that those panels won't reflect the full range of experiences of this community. And so from there, we will launch into an audience discussion with all of you here in the room, as well as those of you who are following along online. We'll be building on that discussion. I'll be posing questions and inviting you to volunteer here in the room by simply raising your hand and calling on you. When I call on you, I'll ask that you just state your name and provide a comment. We'll have plenty of time throughout today to have you weigh in on various topics. So we'll ask that you please answer the question that's being asked, and I'll be asking you follow-up questions here in the room. So please keep that initial response directed, and we'll have a bit of a dialogue and discussion. For those of you online, you'll be able to answer those same questions that I'm asking by submitting written comments. You'll see below the player on the page you're following along with today that there's a comment form. So please submit comments there. We're monitoring those, and Joyce will actually be reading out that input throughout the discussion today. Finally, and it's already been mentioned, we'll be using polling questions to get a sense of the different experiences of our patients and our care partners that are here both in the room as well as everyone online. For those of you in the room, you can use whatever device you have with you. It's simplest to use your phone, but you can use a tablet or a laptop. And for those of you following online, you can open a new tab on your web browser on your computer, and you'll be able to do those polling questions there. And in fact, I want to go ahead and just spend a minute getting you all into this system, the polling system, because we'll be going to polling questions throughout the day. Once you're in the system, you'll be able to keep that up. So if at this point you can pull out your phones, this is for our patients and our care partners only. Open up a browser, or if you're following online, go ahead and open up that new tab on your computer browser. You can go to www.pollev.com/A4FP PFDD. That is displayed for you both here in the room as well as online. Again, that's www.pollev.com/A4FP PFDD. Once you're in that system, just keep that up. We'll be getting to our first set of polling questions here shortly. In addition to bringing you into the dialogue and discussion today, we want to mention that there will be an opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. So whether you're here live with us in the room or online, and you weren't able to get everything in that you wanted to talk about, or maybe you leave today's meeting and you think of something else you wish you had shared, well, you still can share that. Or if you're someone who's watching this as a recording on demand, please know that your written input is still important to us, because all of today's input, as well as that written input, will be summarized in the Voice of the Patient Summary Report, which will be provided to the FDA and made available for researchers and drug developers. Lastly, I'd like to cover a few ground rules for today's discussion. We encourage people who are living with or at risk of infertility, fertility loss, and other fertility-related concerns, as well as, again, their spouses, family members, close friends, other care partners, to contribute to the dialogue. Do this through polling here in the room, raising your hand and offering comments. For those online, submitting written comments. It is important to note that the discussion today is limited to our patients and direct care partners only. We do welcome and are pleased to have colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, and clinicians here in the room and online who are here to listen and learn from you. I'll also note that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, we ask that you please be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can make sure we have time to hear from as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions, a set of questions to get a sense of our audience here today. Again, you can go to pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD, pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. If you're here in the room and you're having any difficulty, just raise your hand. We'll send somebody over to help you troubleshoot that. But as you can see here, we'll be seeing those responses in real time. So our first question, we want to know, are you either A, someone at risk of, living with, or who's experienced infertility or fertility loss, B, a partner, family member, or close friend of someone at risk of, living with, or who has experienced infertility or fertility loss? The next two responses, we know that not everyone here today has fertility-related concerns as a result of infertility or fertility loss. And so for those of you, are you C, someone who has used or is considering using IVF for another reason? Or D, a partner, family member, or close friend of someone who has used or is considering using IVF for another reason? I'll see responses still coming in here. I want to give everyone a chance to get into the system so that way we can follow along with your responses throughout today. But as it stands, it looks like the majority of our audience, about 2/3, are in people who themselves are at risk of living with or have experienced infertility and fertility loss. About 1/5 of our audience are care partners of those folks. But we do see that we have some representation for those who have used or are considering IVF for another reason, either for themselves or for their loved one as a care partner. If we can now move to our next polling question. So here we would like to know where you reside. The options are A, U.S. Pacific Time, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, if Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region not listed here in the response options. I promise these questions will become more interesting as the day moves on, but we like to get a sense of our audience. Not surprising for a meeting starting in the morning on the Eastern time zone that we see the greatest representation there. However, we do have representation across all the major U.S. time zones. No matter where you're located within the United States or around the world, we invite you and encourage you to have your voices heard today. Go to our next polling question. So here, we would like to know, for those of you with fertility-related concerns, what is your gender? Or if you're a care partner, what is the gender of your loved one who's at risk of or living with fertility-related concerns? And so the options here are A, female, B, male, C, non-binary, or D, if you prefer not to say. So again, this is the question asking about the person who is at risk or living with fertility-related concerns, so either yourself or your loved one. And as it stands, it looks like around somewhere between 85 and 90% are reporting female, and about 10 to 15% male. No one reporting non-binary or preferring not to say. Go ahead and move to our fourth polling question. Moving through these a little quickly here, just to get a sense of our audience. So here, we understand that there is a financial burden associated with infertility and IVF in particular. And so here we want to know, what is your or your loved one's annual family or household income before taxes? And the options are A, less than $25,000, B, between $25,000 and $50,000, C, $50,000 to $75,000, D, $75,000 to $100,000, E, $100,000 to $150,000, F, $150,000 to $200,000, G, $200,000 or more, or H, if you prefer not to say. So we'll give everyone here a few moments to get in your responses. As it stands, it looks like we're seeing greater representation in the $200,000 more and $150,000 to $200,000 ranges, followed by $100,000 to $150,000. We do have representation in the $75,000 to $100,000 and $25,000 to $50,000, and then some number of folks also preferring not to say. We'll go to our next polling question. So here we'd like to know, for those who are living with fertility-related concerns, how old are you? Or for our care partners, how old is your loved one who's at risk of or living with the fertility-related concerns? The options are A, less than 18 years of age, B, 18 to 24 years of age, C, 25 to 34 years of age, D, 35 to 44 years of age, or E, if 45 years of age or older. So again, we'll give everyone a few moments here, especially for the folks online who see this on a slight delay from those less live in the room. Want to make sure we're able to get your responses in, but as it stands, it looks like a little over half of our audience, those impacted by fertility-related concerns, are 35 to 44 years of age. The next largest cohort being around a quarter in the 25 to 34 year age range. But we do have representation in those 45 years of age or older, as well as those who are under age 18. And one last question here as we kick off this morning. We'd like to know, at what age were you or your loved one, did you first experience or were diagnosed with infertility or fertility loss? The options here are A, less than 18 years of age, B, 18 to 24 years of age, C, 25 to 29 years, D, 30 to 34 years, E, 35 to 39 years, F, 40 to 44 years, G, 45 years of age or older, H, if you're not sure, don't remember when you first experienced or were diagnosed with infertility or fertility loss, or I, if you do not yet suffer from infertility or fertility loss. So we're seeing a little bit of a shift younger here from what we saw in the last polling question, but still the largest age range being that 30 to 34 year age range, followed by 25 to 29 years. We do see about 10% first experience or diagnosing between ages 40 and 44, but we do have representation across all of the age ranges, as well as a number of people who do not yet suffer from infertility or fertility loss. So thank you all for doing that first set of polling questions. You can keep that polling webpage up. We'll be going to polling questions a little bit later, and so when we do, they'll automatically appear there. But at this stage, I'd like to introduce and kick us off into our first topic of today. So as I mentioned, our first topic is focused on infertility and infertility loss, as well as fertility-related concerns, focused on the direct impacts of that, including health effects and daily impacts. And yes, I do welcome our first panel up here to the stage. So some of the things we'll be asking you to weigh in on and help us understand are, when did you first become aware of concerns around fertility and the potential for fertility loss? What aspects of those things, particularly the physical, emotional, and psychosocial aspects, have had the most significant impact on your and your loved ones' lives? How does infertility and concerns about fertility affect you and your loved ones' lives day to day? Whether on the best days or most difficult days, we know that that can be different from day to day, as well as how you are able to cope with those things over time. We'll want to know not only about those direct impacts, but the downstream impacts on your lives and activities in lives. So how have activities, goals, and life plans been limited, delayed, or changed because of infertility or infertility-related decisions involving you and your loved one? And finally, knowing that you already have experienced so much in living with and being at risk for these fertility-related concerns, we also know that you're thinking about your futures. So what are the worries or uncertainties that concern you most? To get us thinking about these topics and to share some of their experiences, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel. We have Philip, Nicole, Emma, Jamie, and Philip. Philip, why don't you kick it off?
Good morning. My name is Philip. I'm 46 years old, and I'm from Parkton, Maryland, which is just north of Baltimore. I live there with my wife, Lisa, and our 2 children, a 10-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl. Growing up, I always knew that I wanted to be a dad. As the oldest of 3 boys raised by a single mom, I took a lot of responsibility helping care for my younger brothers. And while my mom went back to school, that was kind of my major role. Fatherhood wasn't just something that I hoped for. I felt like it was always part of who I was. When my wife and I decided to start a family, we assumed it would happen naturally. But after several months of trying without success, we realized something might be wrong. My wife went to her doctor first, and everything checked out fine. At that point, I went to my doctor and got checked out, and I expected the same result. Up to that point, I'd been very healthy, but I still remember getting the phone call at school. I'm a 4th grade teacher, by the way, and finding out that the problem was with me. I was diagnosed with unexplained male factor infertility. Then I had to go into a staff meeting and learn how I could be a better teacher. I felt like it was my fault. I had only one thing I needed to do, and I couldn't do it. Friends would ask my wife why she wasn't giving me a child. And I could see how it was affecting her. And even though we never told anyone what we were going through, I felt guilty for putting her through that. We met with a fertility specialist at our hospital, and at that time, my wife was in medical residency, and I was just starting my career as a school teacher. And the most difficult part was there was no clear reason why. I wasn't overweight. I didn't have any underlying health issues. Nothing in my history pointed to a clear cause. So we tried everything. We went online. I changed my diet. I focused on foods that might help my fertility. I switched from boxers to briefs. I slept with fewer blankets to lower my body temperature. I took hormone injections. I even started taking Clomid, which is normally given to women. Just anything that we could think of to help improve my sperm count and motility. At the same time, we went through about 8 rounds of IUI, and none of those were successful. And the only time we took breaks were when our schedules just really would not allow us to work with the cycle at that time, whether it was my wife's crazy residency schedule or my schedule. But we tried and just trying to coordinate the appointments and the testing and the treatments, injections, it was very emotionally exhausting for both of us. And I kept asking myself, why had this happened? What had I done? Had I done something that, not realizing what would happen later in life? And I couldn't really think of anything. And I still think of that today. You know, had I done something? And other than my wife, I had really no one to talk to. And seeing my wife trying to deal with so much already, I didn't want to add to that. I didn't want to make her feel that she needed to support me as well. Unfortunately, men aren't really good for asking for help. And usually by the time we do, it's almost too late. Eventually, our doctor recommended that we move forward with IVF. And it was a really difficult decision because we really did not have the funds. So we went to family, we scraped together what little savings we had, and we went through one cycle, and unfortunately, it was not successful. It was at this time that my wife had been doing some research and came across the Cade Foundation, which provided grants to families, which was really a lifeline for us, not only financially, but also emotionally. We got to meet other people who were going through the same problems we were, and it helped me realize that I could talk about what was going on with me. That support is what made all the difference. So with help from the grant and support from our families, we were able to go through with another round of IVF, and fortunately, it was successful. So from start to finish, our journey took about 3 years. And looking back, what stands out the most was not just the treatments, but the emotional weight of it all. The waiting, the uncertainty, the constant questioning of whether we were making the right decisions. Just after we found out my wife was pregnant, we ended up moving to Maryland. And their insurance did help cover IVF. And so that changed everything for us. We made the decision to have a second child, which was much easier this time around. We began working with a larger fertility network, Shady Grove, and the experience was completely different. By that point, we knew more about what was successful for us and how the process would go. The treatment was much more streamlined, and the communication was clearer overall, and it was just a much smoother and less stressful experience. That's how we were able to welcome our daughter. Today, when I look at my children, I'm reminded that this journey, every challenge, every setback, every moment of doubt was worth it. But I also know how isolating and overwhelming infertility can feel, especially from a male perspective. It's not something we talk about often, and it's easy to carry that weight silently. If there's one thing I hope to share today, it's this: you're not alone. There is support out there, there are options, and there is hope, even when it doesn't feel like it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm 44 years old, and I live in Baltimore, Maryland. My infertility journey didn't begin with trying to get pregnant. It began in an operating room just hours after the birth of my first daughter. I was induced at 37 weeks due to a pregnancy complication, and after a long labor, she was born healthy. Shortly afterward, I experienced catastrophic postpartum bleeding, which what was expected to be a routine procedure became a 6-hour rush to save my life, in which I lost an extraordinary amount of blood, far beyond what the body can safely tolerate, which required a large volume transfusion to survive. While I was under anesthesia, my husband was asked to consent to an emergency hysterectomy as the final measure to stop the bleeding. There was no time for discussion, only urgency. He was told the hysterectomy was actually already underway. When I woke up in the ICU, I learned two things at the same time. My daughter was safe, and I would never carry another pregnancy. My first response was to apologize to my husband. Sorry. When I asked why, I told him I had always wanted to be able to give him another child to complete our family. That instinctive apology revealed how deeply I felt I had failed, even though I had no control over what had happened. Intellectually, I understood the surgery saved my life. Emotionally, it felt like something permanent had been decided without me. I had no opportunity to prepare, to ask questions, or to process the loss of my reproductive future. That loss of autonomy stayed with me long after my physical recovery. Becoming a mother and losing my fertility happened in the same moment. The joy was real, and so was the grief. After surgery, I struggled with how I saw my body. It had done something miraculous, yet it had been changed in a way that I did not choose. Plans we assumed were ours to make were suddenly replaced by medical pathways and probabilities. The sense of if and when was gone. Because I still had my ovaries, IVF allowed us to create embryos using my genetic material, which made gestational surrogacy possible. Our decision was not whether to pursue IVF instead of surrogacy. It was whether to enter a prolonged medical process at all. We weighed the financial cost, emotional strain, and the uncertainty, but ultimately the possibility of expanding our family far outweighed the fear. IVF required 28 injections during my first cycle. I have always been afraid of needles, and I underwent an egg retrieval surgery I was deeply anxious about. Doctors retrieved 18 eggs, and we created 12 embryos. That number gradually declined until only one until only one viable embryo remained. Each update carried both hope and loss. In fertility treatment, progress and heartbreak often arrive together. Infertility also affected my relationship with my husband, but not in the way people sometimes expect. My husband coped by focusing on work. He believed providing stability was how he could help. Much of the medical navigation, scheduling, injections, and emotional processing fell to me. That imbalance was not intentional, but it was isolating. Even within a marriage, infertility can feel solitary. The person undergoing the procedures often carries both the physical burden and much of the emotional weight. When a large ovarian cyst delayed our next cycle, I reached a point of exhaustion. After months of pushing forward, that setback felt overwhelming. Infertility is not only about procedures, it is about sustained uncertainty and repeated loss of control. For a long time, I stayed quiet. I felt grateful to be alive, and I believed I could not publicly grieve what I had lost. Eventually, I learned about the Cade Foundation through the Cade Race for the Family. It's an event where families navigating infertility are supported by a community that has been built through the years. Seeing others openly acknowledge fertility struggles gave me the courage to speak about my own. When I began sharing my stories, others quietly shared theirs with me. That is when I realized how common and how hidden fertility loss is. In January 2018, through IVF and gestational surrogacy, we welcomed our second daughter. I am deeply grateful for the science and the medical care that made that possible. But having children does not erase infertility. The reproductive loss remains permanent. I did not regain the ability to carry a pregnancy, and that change affects my identity, medical decision-making, and long-term life planning. The hardest part has not been the procedures themselves. It has been learning to live with a permanent reproductive change that I did not choose. Infertility and fertility loss are not only medical diagnoses. They are lived experiences that shape autonomy, mental health, and relationships, along with daily life. Patients' voices help to make these impacts visible. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emma. I'm 31 years old. I live in Bethesda, Maryland, and I am an ovarian cancer survivor living with infertility as a result of treatment. Infertility is often described as a side effect. For me, it is not secondary. It is permanent. And it began the moment my future was compressed into a series of urgent medical decisions. At 26, newly in love, and days away from a long-planned trip across Southeast Asia, I felt a sharp, unfamiliar pain near my left ovary. It didn't feel like cramps or GI pain. It felt different. I went to urgent care. I was given quick explanations. It's probably a UTI, maybe gas, you're probably ovulating. My tests were negative. I asked for an ultrasound anyway. That ultrasound found a 9-centimeter mass on my left ovary, the size of a grapefruit. My first surgery was in March of 2020. A week later, I learned that it was malignant, low-grade serous ovarian cancer, a rare, difficult-to-treat subtype of ovarian cancer that disproportionately affects younger women. My left ovary was removed. Soon after, I was told my right ovary would also need to be removed. That's when infertility stopped being abstract and became a countdown. Fertility preservation was not built into my cancer care. I had to ask for it, I had to find it, I had to push for it. The kind of cancer I was diagnosed with is hormone sensitive, which means it's driven by estrogen receptors. The process of freezing eggs requires ovarian stimulation, medications that raise the very hormones that can fuel this type of cancer. I was asked to take medications that could help me have a child, but could also help my cancer grow. One oncologist told me not to do IVF at all. Another believed we could proceed cautiously. There was no clear answer, only a narrow window and an impossible choice. Accept guaranteed infertility or take on uncertainty in the hope of preserving something. My left ovary was already gone. To buy time, surgeons removed the tumor from my remaining ovary. Then I did one egg freezing cycle from that single ovary, and immediately after retrieval, my right ovary was removed. That was my one shot. One ovary, one cycle, one retrieval. There was no try again, no ability to wait, no margin for error. I was doing hormone injections at night and sitting in oncology appointments in the morning, making decisions I didn't fully understand on a timeline I couldn't slow down. And then just as quickly as that window opened, it closed. After my ovaries were removed, I went into immediate surgical menopause at the age of 26. Then came chemotherapy, and now I take an aromatase inhibitor every day to prevent recurrence. At 26, my body moved decades ahead of my life overnight. The treatment that saved my life also permanently changed my body, my hormones, and my ability to have a child. There is a difference between surviving something and living with what it leaves behind. Infertility does not stay contained to that moment. It follows you. It shows up in everyday moments you don't expect. It's the form that asks for the date of your last period. It's the provider who asks, any chance you could be pregnant? And you decide in a split second whether to explain your history or protect your energy. It's the baby shower you want to celebrate but also quietly dread. It reshapes relationships. My husband has been steady and loving, but infertility forces conversations early and under immense pressure about timelines, about money, about what we can emotionally withstand. We plan for legal contracts and medical costs most couples never encounter while carrying a private grief in a world that assumes everything is still simple. I am deeply grateful I was able to freeze eggs at all. I also know how close I came to not having that option. Cancer took away my ability to carry a pregnancy. I will never know what it's like to watch my own body become a home for my child. There are versions of my life that ended before they ever began. Those frozen eggs later became embryos with my husband, and we are now preparing for our first transfer with a surrogate. If it works, it means we get a chance. But if it doesn't, it won't be the end of our family story, but it will be the end of our chance to have a biological child together. When I think about the future, what weighs on me most is the compounding uncertainty. Whether these embryos will become our child, how many rounds of hope and disappointment can we withstand, and what it will cost, not just financially, but emotionally. So if I can leave you with one ask, it is this: design for patients like me, patients with no time, no margin, no second chances. Study and develop safer fertility preservation approaches for hormone-sensitive cancers. Prioritize research that helps predict outcomes from a single cycle, because for many of us, there's only one. And ensure that fertility outcomes are treated not as secondary endpoints, but as meaningful, measurable outcomes. Because when fertility preservation is treated as optional, the consequences are not. They're permanent. And when patients only get one chance, uncertainty is not just emotional, but it's a clinical risk, one that deserves to be measured, studied, and reduced. Because for patients like me, fertility preservation is not about optimization. It's about whether we get a chance at all. Thank you.
Good morning, and my name is Jamie Christ. I am a mother of two, an author, and a women's health advocate. But before any of those things, I was carrying around a grief for so long that I really didn't have words for, and neither did this world around me know how to handle it. My husband and I started growing our family with so much hope and also just so much naive of what could go wrong. With our first pregnancy, we had to end the pregnancy at 17 weeks due to medical reasons. And currently, when we were at the hospital we had to terminate that pregnancy due to medical reasons and have an abortion. But we were told at that hospital that we couldn't have an abortion there and we would have to go somewhere else. After that loss, we had 3 more right after that. And this is 4 times that we saw a heartbeat or held a positive pregnancy test, just planned our future, and 4 times that future and the planning all had to be dismantled. My diagnosis, if you can even call it that, was unexplained infertility. I could get pregnant, but just could not carry a healthy pregnancy. There was no clear cause, no clear path forward. Nobody could tell me what was really going on. And the instruction was just to, when you feel ready again, just try again. What I didn't expect was how completely alone I felt. Not because I didn't have people around me and friends and family, but the pregnancy loss exists in this strange social silence. Either people don't know how to respond to it and don't say anything, or you get the sayings that are clearly very wrong of, at least you could get pregnant, you could try again, at least it was early. And those things at the same time made me go quiet as well. I stopped telling people I was pregnant. I stopped asking for help, and I internalized the shame of my body I have felt that failed me. Even though I did nothing wrong, I did all the things right. I was a former college athlete. I worked out. I was healthy. I did all the things on the checklist. That silence took a toll on everything. On my marriage, my husband and I became more of teammates working through a crisis, and we grieved very differently. On my work at the time, I was working at Under Armour. I was very forward-facing, but behind the scenes, I was going to appointments, trying to do recoveries to figure out what was going on, but at the same time, had to show up with a perfect face and let everybody know I was okay, even though I wasn't. My sense of self, as somebody who has built so much of my identity of being in control and being capable, infertility dismantled that completely. I tried everything. You name it, I did it, I signed up, I bought it. I worked with an OB, and then I was hoping to work with specialists, but we couldn't work with any specialists until after 3 pregnancy losses. From there, I pursued acupuncture, functional medicine, I drank bone broth, I paid for a program that was $8,000 to help me get pregnant. Like I said, you name it, I did it. Bless you. And the one thing I would say is I started therapy, and it was probably the most important intervention I had throughout this journey, and it saved me. I was lucky enough to have access to it, and because no one was treating the psychological piece of this and the weight of what I was carrying through medically, I found that gap very profound. Eventually, we end up having 2 healthy children, and I want to be honest, becoming a mother after loss doesn't erase the losses, the trauma, and the grief. It just layers over it. And there was even a chapter, and I hope we have a meeting about this later, about motherhood after loss, because the trauma really does carry with you in this chapter. But now it just coexists with tremendous love and gratitude of what I can do every day for my kids. What I carry forward is an awareness that so many women are in the middle of what I went through right now without the support or recognition that they deserve. I wrote a book. It became an Amazon bestseller in fertility, motherhood, and women's health called The Losses We Keep. It is a book about 8 other women's stories of loss, infertility, IVF, and more. one of my co-authors is here, which is really exciting. Within this, why I wrote this book is because it was a resource I wish I had at the time that didn't exist. I now have heard hundreds of women have come to me and say, I thought I was alone. I thought I was the only one. And that is a failure because it's not on these women. It is based on a system that psychologically, experienced as medically relevant, doesn't exist. What I want this room to understand is that infertility is not just the physical diagnosis. It is the treatment journey that carries a mental health that burdens us. And it also carries of the real, chronic, and largely unaddressed. Every intervention, every cycle, every loss, everybody that is waiting in that waiting room lands on a person that may already be in crisis. The drugs and the devices that are evaluated don't exist in a vacuum. They are given to people who are grieving, hoping, and desperately holding on to every bit of keeping their lives together at the same time. I am here because I believe the lived experience belongs in this room. You hear it from all of us. And I hope what I've shared today helps make that claim. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. My name is Philip Sanders, 35 years old, from Little Rock, Arkansas, where I live with my wife, Saluda, and my son, and my other son, who's my foster son. I work as a catastrophic leave coordinator for the state of Arkansas, and I'm also the founding board member of SC Red and CEO of Sickle Cell Unlimited. After getting married in 2015, my wife and I encountered difficulties with conception. We attempted to conceive naturally for a year without success before we sought out the IUI process. From 2016 to 2019, I spent 60% of the year, each of these years, hospitalized due to complications from sickle cell. I would spend 2 weeks in the hospital, followed by a week or two at home, only to be readmitted again. The pressure of running a business, running 3 child care facilities, coupled with financial worries and emotional strain of not being able to conceive created significant challenges in my journey to start a family. I frequently found myself unwell or hospitalized, which made trying to conceive incredibly difficult. As a man, this experience often left me feeling inadequate, as if I were unworthy of starting a family. In 2017, we started the IUI treatments, which failed the first 4 rounds, and we don't know why. But these tough situations only made our family and relationship stronger. The following year, in 2018, I was told by my transplant doctor at Johns Hopkins to start banking as much sperm as possible. Through semen analysis, I discovered that my sperm count was suitable enough for conception. So I began to bank sperm in preparation for the bone marrow transplant to cure my sickle cell disease. This costs roughly $250 per sample and $100 annually for storage. The total expenses for these treatments were quite expensive, roughly $13K, and especially for a family who's living on one income, that was expensive. Finally, after the 4th round of IUI treatments, my wife became pregnant in 2018, and our son was born in May 2019. 4 months later, I traveled to Baltimore for a successful bone marrow transplant. However, I am now infertile, which is emotionally challenging, especially since, I know my wife, she still desires to have more children. And so, as for me, I'm neutral. When it comes to having more children, it doesn't make me sad at all because I have a much better quality of life after the procedure, and I understand whatever will be, will be. I was made aware of this side effect before the procedure, so I wasn't surprised by the outcome. I had the choice of preserving my fertility or being cured of sickle cell. Easy choice for me. The choice was easy for me because I was the one who endured all the pain. I was the one who went through a hip replacement, had my spleen removed, being mistreated by physicians. So I understood the struggle because I lived it. Today, our family enjoys a much better quality of life, but we are still unable to conceive naturally. Our son is now 6 years old, and we have a foster son who is 3. During one of the toughest periods in my life, sickle cell made its presence known in a significant way, making it hard to feel any desire for intimacy when I was constantly battling pain, depression, and experiencing all sorts of other complications. How can I pursue fertility treatment if I'm struggling to maintain employment? From my perspective as a man, this often brought me to my lowest points. At that time, I felt isolated because I thought that no one could truly understand my experience with infertility and sickle cell disease. Our society says that men are supposed to be strong, a provider, a protector, and not to show any sensitivity. If so, you are deemed as weak and incapable of being called a man. Infertility has made me and my wife consider adoption, in which we have recently become foster parents. We truly cherish being a foster family, and this experience has shown us that it is possible to discover purpose in your pain. We have formed new friendships with other foster and adoptive families, providing and receiving invaluable support. While we are still contemplating one more IUI treatment, we are carefully evaluating our options. The cost is a major factor. Also, the mental strain that we endure going through this process. We have considered IVF, but again, the cost is discouraging. Our biggest worry is using our final vial of semen and still not becoming pregnant. On the other hand, our path as foster and adoptive parents will persist through it all. And I'd like to say that thank you all for giving us this opportunity to share our stories. When I was cured in 2019, I made a promise that, I'd do everything I could do to provide awareness and help anyone in need. So thank you all again.
Wow, those were incredible stories, and I just have to thank you all for being so brave to share first with us all. So please join me in another round of applause for our whole panel. So now it's our first opportunity today to broaden the discussion to all of you, our community here, to share your voices both in the room as well as all of you who are online. To kick us off here and get us all thinking about these issues a little bit more, we're going to go back and do just a few polling questions here at the start of this session. So if you can pull out that phone, for those of you who are here in the room, open up your browser, that other tab if you're following along online. Go ahead and go to www.pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. Again, if you had it up earlier, the questions will appear there automatically as we go. So we can go to our first polling question here. So here we want to know, when did you first become aware of concerns about your or your loved one's fertility-related concerns? The options are A, when you were diagnosed or your loved one was diagnosed with a medical condition that could affect fertility. B, when you underwent medical treatment for another condition. C, surgery or a medical emergency that affected reproductive anatomy. D, after experiencing one or more miscarriages or pregnancy losses. E, after trying to get pregnant after several months without success. F, during fertility testing or infertility evaluation. G, age-related fertility concerns discussed with the healthcare provider. H, when you were diagnosed with or diagnosed as a carrier for a hereditary condition. Or I, some other way that you first became aware of concerns about your or your loved one's fertility-related concerns. So we'll give everyone a few moments just to get in their responses. It looks like our the greatest response among our audience here this morning is after trying to get pregnant for several months without success, followed by after being diagnosed with a medical condition that could affect fertility. We see a wide range of different reasons and situations where people first became aware of their concerns. The only not being reported is those diagnosed as with or as a carrier for hereditary condition or something else other. We'll go to our second polling question here. So now we'd like to know which of the following, and these are things we want to hear from you about as part of the audience discussion, which of the following physical, emotional, and or psychosocial impacts of fertility-related concerns have you or your loved one ever had? And select all that apply. The options are A, grief or sadness from infertility or pregnancy loss. B, anxiety about fertility treatments or pregnancy outcomes. C, feelings of guilt, shame, or self-blame. D, loss of control over reproductive choices. E, changes in body image or identity. F, stress or strain on current or future relationships. G, difficulty attending events related to pregnancy or children. H, uncertainty about future family planning. I, disruptions to schoolwork or daily life. Or J, some other physical, emotional, or psychosocial impact of your fertility-related concerns that you have ever had. I will note this is our first question of the day where our audience can select more than one option, so the percentages you're seeing are not a percentage of people reporting any one option. It's the percentage of overall results. So I like to think of these gold bars as a kind of relative ranking. As you can see, I think very clearly already from the results, many people are living with many and have experienced many of these different impacts. We're seeing very high rankings across many, including grief or sadness, anxiety, guilt, shame, or self-blame, uncertainty about the future family planning, disruptions to daily life, and stress and strain on current and future relationships. And even a number of people saying that there's other impacts that they've had. So I want you to think about these things and think about, as you're selecting them, what was coming to mind? What experiences can you share with us? One more polling question here before we get to that audience discussion. It will look very similar, but it is different. We are asking here, amongst those same set of different impacts, for you to select the most troublesome to you or your loved one of those physical, emotional, and or psychosocial impacts of fertility-related concerns. And we want you to select up to the top 3 of those. Again, the options are grief or sadness. B is anxiety. C, feelings of guilt, shame, or self-blame. D, loss of control. E, changes in body image or identity. F, stress or strain on relationships. G, difficulty in attending events related to pregnancy or children. H, uncertainty about future family planning. I, disruptions to schoolwork or daily life. Or J, some other impact of fertility-related concerns that represents a top 3 most troublesome of those impacts. I know it's challenging to probably pick only 3, especially seeing that last polling question where so many things were, those bars were so far to the right, meaning so many people were picking many different options. And so as you're picking those 1, 2, or 3, I want you to think about why. What came to mind as you were, for those of you who are choosing grief or sadness from infertility or pregnancy loss. We say is our second kind of highest rated, anxiety around fertility treatments and pregnancy outcomes. Perhaps number 3 is the feelings of guilt, shame, or self-blame. And after that, the uncertainty about future family planning. But what is also striking to me is that every single one of these options is in some number of people's top 3. So there is a wide range of things that are most troublesome, most burdening this community. And so we do want to hear about the wide range of those impacts. So you can put your phones down for now. We'll come back to some polling here in a little bit. But now I would like to open up to you in the room. For those of you here in the room, again, we're focused on these different physical, emotional, psychosocial impacts. What was most troublesome to you as you were going through that list? If you just raise your hand, I'll call on you. We'll bring a microphone. We'll ask that you just stand up, answer that, share your name, and then answer the question. We'll have a dialogue, and we'll bring in as many voices as we can. And then for those of you who are on the web, please use that web comment form under the player here, and we will submit your written comments. We're getting those, we're monitoring them, and Joyce is going to be reading those out throughout the program. So I saw a couple of hands. Let's start here in the polka dot shirt, and we'll work our way around the room here. But yes, please.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm 43 years old. I'm going through the IVF process with my husband. So the point that resonated most with me was self-blame. So my company started offering egg freezing as a company benefit fully paid, which was great, in January of 2020. So I went immediately at that time I was 37. I went immediately in to Boston IVF, got all my checkups done, and I was ready to start egg freezing in March of 2020. I think we all know what happened in March of 2020. My doctor said to me, she goes, I think you're going to, she said, you could go ahead and have a baby on your own now. I said, I'm not interested in that. I really want a partner. She said, I think you're going to find your partner eventually. And I said, okay, whatever. So I didn't move ahead so my egg freezing cycle got canceled, and then the IVF clinics had shut down for several months. I never picked it back up again because of just the emotional strain of the pandemic, and the world just felt so uncertain. It just didn't feel like the right time for me. So I never went ahead with freezing my eggs. Fast forward at age of 40, my doctor was right. I did meet my partner, and we're very happily married now. But if only I had frozen my eggs. And I don't know if that outcome would have changed anything, but now I've had 4 failed rounds of IVF in my early 40s, and we're going to evaluate different options for future rounds. But the self-blame, even though my husband's like, stop it, like you didn't know what was going to happen, is always there. So anyway, that's just my perspective.
And if you don't mind, and you're kind of reflecting back that the decisions that you made in the past, around that opportunity to freeze your eggs at that time. You did mention early on there in that earlier period and making those decisions. Can you tell us just a little bit about there was a lot of uncertainty around the global pandemic. How did you feel in that period after making that choice? Relative to where you are today, reflecting back, were you reflecting back along that journey?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, the clinic never followed up with me, which I think that they must have had probably such a backlog at the time. And so it was one of those things I just let go. It was not a priority in that moment. It was something that I was so excited for. And a lot of my friends had done it. But then I just felt like, okay, the world is kind of crazy. And then I just didn't really think about it again. Like it was this moment where it felt so right in that moment. And then when that moment came and went, I don't know why I didn't feel the motivation to do it. And then now I just have those feelings of regret. Yeah.
And you mentioned that your partner now, tells you stop it, like maybe, is saying you shouldn't feel that way. Can you just kind of tell us about that, the dynamic of that, kind of being in that partnership where you're feeling that way? I think they're trying, from what you're saying, it sounds like they're, sharing their perspective. They're not blaming you. How has that impacted your relationship?
No, I mean, he's been such my rock during this whole process, and he just doesn't want to see, it's already had such a negative impact on me psychologically that he really wants to make sure that I don't have that blame anymore. Mm-hmm. He said, firstly, even if I had frozen my eggs, we don't even know if that would have worked potentially. Mm-hmm. So there's that, but also just we made the decision to start a family when we did, and unfortunately, it was over the age of 40, and there's issues that come from that. And he said his big takeaway, and what he always reminds me, is that we're going on our timelines and what works for us and when we met and when we got married. And unfortunately, my biology isn't really lining up with that, but thankfully there are other options, I think, for us, and we've received second opinions. I'm currently being treated at Brigham and Women's in Boston. So he just said, he always reminds me, this is our timeline, and this is what this is what's right for us.
Sure. And one last question I have, kind of better now understanding a little bit of what you've been going through. When did you first kind of start having those feelings, as you were, trying now with your partner? Was it, after the first attempt, at what point, did you notice that you were starting to feel that way?
Feel that way about kind of the feelings of guilt? Yeah. It was probably when I went for my reevaluation at the same clinic that had brought me in for the initial egg freezing appointment. So, it was the same doctor. She said, okay, well, your numbers went from this to this. Right. And all I could think of was, I should have done that in 2020. But hindsight's also 2020. Yes. So, yeah. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, at that time I was 37 and a half, so I don't necessarily know I know that egg freezing is much better when you're younger, so I don't know if that would have changed any of the outcomes that we're dealing with today, but I just had that feeling like I didn't do everything I should have.
Right. Well, thank you, Alice, so much for sharing that. I saw a hand right over here. We'll come here and then work our way right back over.
I know it's shocking to see me with a microphone. My name is Tracy Weiss. I am a cancer survivor, and I work with a nonprofit called the Chick Mission that helps financially support newly diagnosed patients so they have the same option that Emma had. This was a long time ago, and of course, my insurance company would not pay for my fertility preservation despite facing a hysterectomy, radiation, and it wasn't until 2.5 months into my experience that anyone even mentioned fertility preservation, which is maddening. But something that I really took from the panel of what infertility and oncofertility kind of changes for you is relationships. First, relationship to self. Am I less of a man? Am I still a woman? I can't do the things I was biologically put here to do in terms of it's an internal body image. Forget, what surgeries and such do to the outside. But something, again, that Emma said, we've met before, hi, that I think it's really important to talk about, your relationships with your community and your network, because sometimes they see you differently. When you were talking about the baby shower, first of all, I'm Jewish and I don't really believe in baby showers, but if invited to a party, I will go. So I just remember feeling so uncomfortable, not because of someone else's happiness and something I couldn't do, but because they were afraid to talk to me about their own experiences. And I had a friend, I was 30 when I was diagnosed, so you're at that age where people are either partying in New York City or getting married and starting families, and I just said to her, please don't be afraid of me. We have shared everything. We were roommates in grad school. We know way too many things about each other. I want to know tastes, smells, feelings, fears, everything that has to do with your experience being pregnant. Because you're already on the outside of it and you already feel other. And I always say that the worst thing anyone can say about infertility or cancer is nothing. So I would tell everyone to encourage your community to say the wrong thing rather than nothing. And the end of this kind of experience for me, because I leaned in so hard. If I wasn't going to have a baby, I was going to be the best auntie in the entire world. And I actually was in the delivery room and caught my friend's second kid. Because life's full of experiences and I'm going to have all of them. So I think by choosing to stand up for your uncomfortability and letting people know I'm not afraid of being uncomfortable and I'm not afraid that you're uncomfortable to talk to me about it, let's be uncomfortable. I think that's one of the reasons that I talk about cancer and oncofertility so much, because people just don't know what to say. So they say nothing, which changes relationships from your friends to your family to people at work, to the intern who asked if I was pregnant because I had surgery. I was like, no, and you're fired. But I just wanted each of you to know, I spent a lot of time sharing my story, and you all really brought your vulnerability today, and now I feel like I have a relationship with you as survivors through what you've been through, and thanks.
Well, and I thank you. And I think this is, what you've described. It raises questions for me, and I want to better understand, and dig in a little bit, because clearly you had to have communicated to some degree about your infertility for people that you're this close to. Since graduate school, to know that you were living with infertility or fertility loss. such that they were kind of communicating with you differently or not talking to you about, their, kind of pregnancy experiences. How did, experiencing, that from, people who knew that you were going through that, did that change then how you, shared that information going forward with people who didn't already know? I mean, how did that, seems like a very, kind of, important of those experiences, but it probably wasn't the first, of them where people were not communicating or communicating differently with you. So kind of how did those experiences change how you thought about, talking about your infertility in the first place?
Well, I'm extremely stubborn. So when I could feel how people were so uncomfortable around me, because they didn't want to hurt me. They didn't want me to feel less than. So I leaned in. The day I had my hysterectomy, my best friend found out she was pregnant with her second. I would literally tell strangers on the street that I didn't have a uterus. I just feel like it's almost like that old adage that you have to get in front of it. And it wasn't so much that I was performing. It was that I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of your action. It's just like grief, where when you own it and you feel it and you don't apologize for it, other people will follow your lead. So originally, I didn't tell a lot of people that I was sick. I didn't have chemo. I didn't lose all this hair. Like, there was no way to know unless you knew. But it wasn't until I started working with the Chick Mission that I started telling strangers who weren't cab drivers. And I think that knowing the conversation you're having with people will change their communication with their own community, makes the leaning in all the more worth it. And now I'm not uncomfortable at all.
Yeah, and then just one more question for you is, as you leaned in and, probably different people reacted differently to that, but hopefully the people closest to you kind of, took that invitation. How did that impact like your, kind of coping with living with, your own feelings around, infertility?
There are people as a cancer survivor who don't tell anyone and they put it in tiny little boxes and they don't deal with it. I tried that and it didn't really work. So I think what was the question?
Just, as you had those experiences, leaning in, inviting people to share with you.
How it changed my relationship with the information?
Yeah, and your own, feelings about yourself.
It made me feel, I went from shameful, embarrassed, I couldn't do the thing I was supposed to do, and letting everyone down, to this story and the work that I do now with the Chick Mission is changing so many people's lives and their experiences for the better. So I just imagine, once sitting slumped down in Memorial Sloan Kettering, where now I sit tall, where I don't assume that other people in the waiting room, in the fertility clinic or anywhere else, are there with their parent. As young as you are, it could be you. So I think that it took really leaning in to not be proud of my experience, but be proud that I was taking the horrible thing and turning it into lemonade, which made me feel more at peace with something I did not choose.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much for being willing to share again. We did have a hand raised right here. Well,
good. Is it still morning? Okay. Good morning, everyone.
It is.
My name is Olaide Daramola. I am a mother of twin girls that are 9 years old. One of my twins, she was born with sickle cell disease, and at the age of 3, she was having symptoms of a stroke. So our hematologist advised us to go for a bone marrow transplant. Unfortunately, that diagnosis came in January of 2020, and by the time she was having the next velocity test or whatever they do, I don't know all these medical jargon, in March, COVID had already hit. So there was a long delay. Anyway, by December of 2020, she had her transplant. Her sister, her twin, was her perfect match. So we are grateful to have life, and we are grateful that God made a way before the problem even existed. But one of the things that occurred was we had to make the decision to bank her ovary tissue. So we had that done a few days before her central line was put in. At the same time her central line was put in, actually. And we started chemotherapy right away, I think the next day. So now the twins are 9. And Abigail has no idea that this has occurred. So one of the challenges that I face daily is at what point will she get to know this? Will it work for her as they explained to me with my little knowledge that this tissue that we've banked 5 years ago now will somehow, when she's married and settled, work for her? Either, I think they said they could actually put it back, or if that doesn't work, she could do IVF. Either way, I live with it that at what point do I tell her, because she already asked me questions about why she had a blood disorder and her sister didn't. Why does she go to doctor's visits and her sister doesn't? Yes, now she's 5 years out and we only do follow-up clinic every year, and she's been exceptionally healthy, so we're grateful for that. But I have so many questions, and so thank you. I actually, last night I was sitting down and I was like, am I going to go to this thing tomorrow? What's my own with fertility or not fertility, when other things are, equally important today? And I said, you know what, just for Abigail, let me hear what other people have to say. If I just take one thing, I don't want to cry. If I just take one thing away, because we have a long road. We're still in elementary school, for crying out loud. So I live with that, what does the future look like? And even though I was born here, my family is Nigerian. In our community, having children is a big deal. Before someone gets a whiff of the fact that your child might not be able to have a child, that's a serious issue.
Yeah.
And like I always say, you have to have life to have a baby. So that's what is most important. But I think about it that, at the point when she's settled and everything, what's going to occur. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And, thank you for choosing to come here today as well. But a couple of things that, I'd like to follow up on. One is, the dynamic of, you're managing, sickle cell disease, and, that has lots of, impacts. And obviously this is a major one. It's why you're here today. But how has that kind of interplay of juggling, different health concerns, impacted, your thoughts, about, kind of infertility?
So we kind of fix one to break one. That's how I, so we don't have any issues with sickle cell anymore. I mean, fine, there are things like hormonal type things, is she going to get her period? Is she not going to get her period?
Right.
Is she gaining weight because of hormonal issues? So yes, we do labs for things like that. She's on some medication. Will metformin delay her period from coming too early at 9 years old? So those type of things. And I'm like, is it because the ovary is going to work, or is not going to work, or is dried up, or so those type of questions. But yet, to answer your direct question, I feel like we fixed one to break one, and it was just the choice that had to be made.
And then you also mentioned, family dynamic and kind of, cultural, family dynamic of it's, really important in, kind of a Nigerian family, the idea of like having children. And so how has that impacted your, ability to kind of cope, have family support in navigating this?
So, so my immediate family, no. But it's not something that is general knowledge out there unless people are aware of how bone marrow transplant works, because I was quite vocal about it because during our transplant, there was a shortage of blood and platelets and things like that. So I actually went online to try to get people to come into Children's in DC to donate, and especially men, because it was quicker without any serious testing. So unless someone's going to think deeply that maybe there's something, going to happen for this child in the future, then it's not common knowledge. But in terms of in our home, it's not even something that is on the forefront of our minds. It's just me as a mother that I know at some point I'm going to have to confront this. How, when, and reaction. What is that going to look like? That you made this choice for me, I had no part of it, and now I have to live with it.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much for being willing to share. Yes, well, come to this side. We're kind of ping-pong a little bit here, and then we'll come up front here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joe Cody. I'm an IVF dad and a longtime patient advocate. Thank you so much for hosting this forum and letting everyone share their voices. My IVF story is like a lot of people. My wife and I were married and started trying to conceive, and this was about 10 years ago, actually to the month. I think we got our diagnosis with diminished ovarian reserve. So there were a million warning signs that were missed throughout my wife's history. She had irregular periods, she has Crohn's disease, thyroid issues, so she had regular testing all the time with her OB, endocrinologist, etc., and no one put it together. And once we eventually started to try to conceive, it was too late. We could not use her own eggs, it was too low, so we had to go immediately to egg donation in order to try to have children going through that process. At the exact same time, my wife's mother had metastatic breast cancer, and she went into hospice almost the exact same month that we received our diagnosis. So we knew immediately that my mother-in-law would never get a chance to meet our child. I'm lucky enough to have a 5-year-old, almost 6-year-old daughter now who's named after my late grandmother. But I say this as a way to say that so many of the stories that people are telling here today are not necessarily about just the physical impact that infertility has. It's the sense of loss and everything else that comes along with that process. So when regulatory bodies, when agencies, when groups and science are looking at these issues, it's really important to analyze and to measure the impact that it has on the person as a whole. And so when we look at the health effects and daily impacts that infertility can have on the process, it's really important to quantify all of that data. These stories help quantify that data. It provides the stories that help describe the impact that this can have on people. And when we look at the aspects of the physical, emotional, and psychosocial impact that fertility has, even though I'm blessed to have a 6-year-old daughter, we still deal with it all the time. We talk about, how do you explain to your daughter that she had to be created using someone else's eggs? Why did mommy not have eggs? That will be something she has to carry with her for her life. Her genetic history is now different than my wife's. So when we look towards future things, we have to explain that to our doctors. I always tell this story because it's incredibly important and enlightening that doctors need education about this as well. When we were doing a fetal echocardiogram at 20 weeks, go into a cardiologist, explain the history, saying that this is a donor egg conceived fetus, and the cardiologist says, oh, the donor must be so happy. Not to my wife, but says that the donor must be happy about that. It was heartbreaking to my wife. We left that cardiologist appointment completely awestruck that a doctor, someone who's supposed to have compassion, would say that type of language to someone who's been through so much. It took us 4 years of IVF, tens of thousands of dollars, multiple failures to get to this point. And to be so close to having a child and to still have that. My daughter still asks me, when am I going to have a sibling? When am I going to have a sister? She's never going to have a sister. And we know this. We deal with this regularly. We are incredibly open about our story, and I think it's a very important component to this. Like so many other people here, we're determined to ensure that other people have access to better care. They can make more informed decisions. The science continues to advance, but also understand that people are not alone talking through this process can be one of the most beneficial things. And, for access to those resources is incredibly important. So thank you very much for offering us the opportunity to share these stories and talk about the health effects and impacts. And please do not discredit what patients are saying today. These stories are incredibly powerful, and they have as much, if not a more impact on the person's daily lives once the actual event itself is passed. They may be cured of cancer, yet you still have long-term impacts on this. They may no longer have the diagnosis of infertility because they are no longer within the age, but they still deal every single day with the impact of seeing people with 3, 4 children, and they wanted that, and they know they can never have it.
Well, Joe, thank you, please. Joe, I'd be curious, if you reflect back on, this experience and, the feelings, that both of you had, when you first learned about the infertility and that you wouldn't be able to use, her own eggs, how that has shifted over time, if at all, now in a situation where you have a path to, have a family and have a child, just not with, your wife's genetic material. How did those initial feelings kind of change or evolve over time?
I think that you can view it as a blessing in some ways, but it is also a sense of loss that my wife will never recover. As so many people here have talked about, Tracy talked about this, esteemed panelists have talked about this, there is an inherent self-worth that is given to people by society by having children, biological children. We are always raised with the idea of grandparents want to be able to have grandkids. I come from a very paternalistic Irish Catholic family where having, the name and the bloodline lineage drawn down was very important to my grandparents and to my great-grandparents. So you're raised with these ideas of parenthood. My wife comes from a very similar background to me. So I don't know if that ever goes away. We are incredibly open with our daughter about this and have never shied away from talking about our story. Early on, reading books about, egg donation, trying to understand or get her to understand the concept of it. She's also 6. It's almost inherently impossible for a 6-year-old to understand this concept. She still thinks of it as this is a puzzle, and there were pieces of that puzzle that were missing at the very beginning. We had to get other pieces of the puzzle from someone else in order to make that complete picture that is her. That is the way we tried to explain it to a 6-year-old at this time. So I don't think it will ever truly go away. I wish I could put myself in my wife's shoes to say what that feels like. I will never know what that's like. I know that's something she probably struggles with more than she'll ever tell me, and she's incredibly strong for doing that. So I come to these type of events to tell our story is so that other people know that this is something that others are struggling with. It will always struggle with. So I don't know if that answers the question or not, but
very much so. One other thing that just came to my mind is any of us, whenever you go to a doctor's appointment, the first thing they do is ask about family history, medical history. And so I just wonder, Joe, as dad, how does that dynamic of now taking your child and perhaps having some uncertainty around the medical history of half of her genetics, how does that make you feel? Do you have worries about that? Can you just share a little bit?
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I think when we look at the way that our medical system is built today and we look at documentation around electronic health records, there aren't really components for that. How do you actually document this stuff? And I will fully acknowledge to people who in the room who may not know my background, I've worked in Washington, D.C. in digital health policy for over a decade. So I've worked with the electronic health record companies to actually create standards to have third-party egg donation, embryo donation, adoption information to be input into the medical record in a standardized format that can transfer and move with an individual as they go through the medical system. Because there are so many times that an individual who is conceived using third-party reproduction, who has different genetic history, one, they may not know, because especially now, the discourse has changed. 15, 20 years ago, people were not as open, and medical providers were not talking about this and telling their intended parents and the children to be open about this. So there are people who are still finding out today due to genetic testing that they were conceived using third-party reproduction. So we think about this all the time. Medical documentation is advancing, but it's still incumbent upon me as an adult, as my father, until my daughter turns 18, to communicate this all the time to our doctors to ensure if there is something that is going on when they look at family history, to know that there is another component to this. It's not just maternal and paternal medical history. There are other components of this that need to be examined. And, as we look towards policy changes in this area, having additional methods for individuals conceived using third-party reproduction to understand the genetic history of the individual's genetics they were conceived using is incredibly important.
Well, thank you so much, Joe. I know we have a couple of hands here. I do see that we have some written comments that have been coming in on this topic. I want to make sure those of you who are online with us today have your voices heard. So Joyce, I want to check in here.
Yeah, I would say the most significant thing that I see in the written comments is this commonality of theme, especially with regard to the impacts on daily life and activities. And when we saw how many different kind of categories or aspects of life are affected by infertility, that is what we're seeing come across in some of the comments. I would say also we were touching upon earlier the idea of the sense of guilt and blame. We see a lot of that. So for example, Andrea M. in Maryland said, "This experience has been the most hurtful and heartbreaking experience of my life. It surpasses the hurt and sadness of even loved ones passing away because of the blame I place on myself for not knowing sooner or having resources to access the scientific part of IVF." So I think we're seeing that people blame themselves for maybe not taking earlier action to prevent infertility, and they're bearing the weight of that. We see, for instance, Amy O. in Warrenton, Virginia, said fertility treatments were a time in my life marked by emotional exhaustion, financial strain, physical hardship, and deep uncertainty. So I think we see that mix of medical and emotional and psychological burden that people are expressing.
That's great. So we'll come to Camille here. I'm going to ask while we're doing this for everyone to pull out their phones, pull up that polling technology up. Please come on up. As well as for you online, go to that tab, go to pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. While you're doing that, Camille, I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so
Thank
you so much. It's on? Okay. So I knew that I had infertility when I got married. I was diagnosed with stage 4 endometriosis when I was going into college. I also went through infertility treatment, PK, pre-Kardashian. Say what you will, I think that family has done a lot to destigmatize care because they've been so open and they have such prominence in pop culture that people are more understanding when they hear, oh, this person is going through IVF, oh, this person needed a gestational carrier than perhaps before. Because I didn't even know people who admitted that they had infertility when I was going through care. My kids are now 21 years old. But still, they're adults. And I wanted to say that the medications that I was given 25 years ago to have those 21-year-old kids, and my mom was my gestational carrier, I'll add that. So I became a mom through third party, just like so many in this room. The medications that I started taking 25 years ago are the same medications that people are taking today. Let that sink in. What has changed in medicine over the past 25 years? What is now possible? What new medications that have so much better prognosis and better outcomes are available today for other areas of healthcare than for infertility, despite the fact that infertility impacts 1 in 6. So this is very common, but we're dealing with old tools. Not that the tools don't work, but we can do better. So I'm so grateful that this is happening today, because the patients of tomorrow deserve to benefit from all of the knowledge that has been gained over the past 25 years. And I say 25, I would, and you can affirm this, probably the same medications that people have been using for the past 35 years. So thank you, and please.
Well, and we have a new term. We have PK, pre-Kardashian, and then maybe in 10 years from now, we'll be talking about a period that was PFDD, and we'll have even more, we'll have real progress, hopefully. I do want to get to that polling question real quick. We've already been talking about this. It's come up as part of sharing the direct impacts of infertility and fertility loss and other fertility-related concerns. But here in this question, we want to know what specific activities of daily life are most important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do or struggle with due to those fertility-related concerns. Here we're asking you to select all that apply. We gave you some extra time to answer this, so I'm going to just go through this quickly. We're seeing that some of the top responses are A, carrying a pregnancy, having a biological child, perhaps unsurprisingly as the top greatest impact, as well as after that family planning. We see managing the stress or anxiety, though, right there at number 3, and we've started to hear a lot about that today. We see a number of other impacts, including maintaining intimacy with a partner, maintaining relationships with friends or family, participating comfortably in social events involving pregnancy and children, and talking openly about fertility and family plans with others. We also have some other impacts on daily life, things that are difficult or impossible to do that weren't listed here, so would love to hear those from our audience. And some number of people reporting that it's not applicable because they've not yet suffered from those fertility-related concerns. The only thing not being reported is kind of managing school or work responsibilities, as fertility, an impact of your fertility-related concerns. So thank you everyone for doing this polling question as we kind of build on, expand on the impacts not only that you've experienced physically, emotionally, and psychosocially, but in your broader everyday life. Who would like to start us off on this discussion? Yes. If we can have the microphone right up here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kyle. I am 39. I live in Baltimore. My whole journey started, I guess, by not really being sure if I ever wanted to have children when I was in my 20s. My husband and I started dating when we were in college. We got married when I was 29. And I just wasn't sure. I was on the fence. I had kind of like a history of mental illness in my family, and I just didn't know what I wanted. So then, like 4 or 5 years later, I start to get the itch. I start to change my mind, and we start trying to conceive. And it takes about 9 months, and I finally get pregnant at age 34. But at 8 weeks, I had a miscarriage. So I went to my doctor, I talked to him about it, and he was like, the rate of miscarriage is 1 in 4, which is alarming. But it made me feel a little bit more like it was normal. But kind of going back to like the self-blame and the guilt, I think it started there. Could I have done something differently? Did I cause it? Did I exercise too much? Did I eat the wrong thing? It started there. But he was like, keep trying. No reason to seek out treatment now. See what happens. 6 months later, I still wasn't pregnant. So I went to Shady Grove for assessment. We went through all the tests, everything, and I was diagnosed with unexplained infertility. I went through the egg retrieval process. I will say the other thing I want to mention is I was scared of needles as well. And you aren't really given much of a guide. You're given these videos and this box of medication just shows up at your house and you're like, what? I'm supposed to do this? Like, I'm not a nurse. I don't know what I'm doing. So that was a lot. I think that added to the anxiety of, this is on me now. I need to just watch this how-to video and inject this medication at a very specific time of day. What if I do it wrong? And then I don't get the results that we want. So I did have a successful egg retrieval, but my first IVF transfer failed. My second turned out to be an ectopic pregnancy, unfortunately. And then my third was successful. I do have a almost 3-year-old daughter, thankfully. Thank you. But I did really resonate with that fear of, will I ever be able to carry a baby? Am I just keep getting pregnant? I'm just going to keep having losses. The ectopic pregnancy especially was very hard on me. And again, just like the shame and the guilt of, did I do something wrong? Was there something I missed? And going back to, why did I wait so long to decide I wanted to have a kid? Like, maybe if I had decided earlier, I wouldn't be going through this. So I sat with a lot of that alone. And while I was really open about my journey with the people around me, I still held on to that like shame and guilt in my head. So I think from talking to other people, I'm a co-author with Jamie on The Losses We Keep. And again, I've heard from so many women and men and couples that have been through this, and just like, everyone kind of feels a lot of the same feelings. There's a lot of similar themes across the board. So, yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, well, and thank you. And Kyle, I would want to, because you described a couple of like really important moments. There was, initially, before you had your, sounds like a, not a very reassuring diagnosis to get of unexplained infertility, but you had, that journey to get there. And then even once you had that diagnosis and were, going down the path of IVF, you had experiences like with the ectopic pregnancy. And you mentioned that you had, that kind of guilt, maybe shame, did that change, evolve at all, from more around, your journey to diagnosis to, actually going down that path of, IVF and having those pregnancies, before you were successful?
Yeah, I think it evolved in kind of like a downward spiral. It just layered, it just piled on, it just one loss or one kick after another. And it was just like, it's never going to end. Like that constant worry of, will I ever get to the other side of it? And yeah, I think it just continually got worse. And even after I got pregnant, I was scared. I was so scared the whole time. I don't think, I would ever be in a position where I wouldn't be scared of what's going to happen. So, or be worried that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I do think it's just going to stay with me forever, unfortunately.
Yeah. And to the question that we're kind of came up on the last polling, how have these impacts impacted your, the rest of your life? Your, social family relationships, your, the things that you were doing, and in terms of engaging, in life around you, whether it's the people or activities.
It's interesting because I really resonated with, I think it's Tracy, right? Yeah. People not wanting to talk to me or being scared to talk to me because I was so vocal about it. So they knew I was going through it, but they didn't really want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, Yeah. Even my husband, is kind of like, I kind of felt like everyone was walking on eggshells around me. But after the book and after talking about it more and having these kind of experiences, it's been more empowering, to be honest. Being able to like offer my story to other people. And again, I think a lot of people commonly believe that like IVF will work. Like if you do IVF, you'll have a baby. And I think I got a lot of that when I was going through it. So just like explaining and educating people has been another big part of it that I didn't expect I was going to have to do. So it really has like impacted my friends, my family, explaining things to people. Like, just, yeah, kind of been a part of my, I almost kind of feel like it's part of my personality now, you know? So, yeah. And then the craziest part of it all is I unexpectedly then got pregnant with my second baby when my first was 1. So that threw me through a loop as well, because I was like, did I make this all up? Like, was I not? You know, like I like gaslit myself. And I'm so thankful that I had this healthy pregnancy, and but it again, like, affected me in a way that I didn't see coming. Was very grateful for it, but also like, what is going on? I would love to have more answers as to like why that happens, and just anything more about unexplained infertility would be very helpful.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you so much for being willing to share. So we have a hand here in the middle. We'll come here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chantel Kabwasa Henley. I live in Frederick, Maryland. I would love to share my story. I wrote something up, so I hope it's okay with everyone. I'm just going to read it.
So if you don't, we'll come and talk during this part. We want it to be very discussional, and so if you can focus us in on the things that have had the greatest impact in your life as a result of going through this, we'd love to hear some of that.
Well, I'll go ahead and sum it up. So back in 2019, I took a job at a fertility clinic, and it was as a patient representative. I didn't know exactly what I had in store. I remember my trainer explaining to me that this is a different type of job, and you're gonna meet people and they're gonna tell you stories, and these stories are gonna leave with you as well. But I did not know exactly what I had in store. And then I didn't know that later on in life I was gonna be a patient. So basically what happened when I was at a young age, I had like really heavy cramps and heavy bleeding, and doctors at that time didn't know exactly what was causing it. And they would always say that the best thing for us to get on was birth control. That could definitely help. But they didn't understand the effect that was going to have on our bodies later on in life. So in around 2020, my husband and I decided that we wanted to try to have a baby. And we had been trying for a few months and nothing was happening. So because I had the knowledge of working at a fertility clinic, I knew that we were supposed to wait about a year or 2 years before you meet with a fertility clinic. But I decided I knew something was up. Let me just meet with a fertility clinic specialist. I was explaining to him, as well as my OBGYN, my symptoms I was having, but no one could give me an answer. But when I met with the fertility specialist, he said, it sounds like you have endometriosis. Later on that year, on my birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 endometriosis. And my doctor told me that the only way that I was going to be able to have a child would be through IVF. So I started the IVF process. And then what happened was I was going in for multiple surgeries, and then I discovered a lump. So when I was going in for another procedure, I explained to the doctor my lump, and he said, well, I'll go ahead and take it out for you. A couple of days later, I was expecting him to give me a call and tell me about infertility, and he said, no, actually, after we did the biopsy, we found out that you have stage 1 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So now that I'm being diagnosed with cancer, again, remembering that I'm working at the fertility clinic, I knew that I need to put everything in action right away. And so I decided to freeze my embryos. Me and my husband successfully froze 4 embryos. I did try 1 round. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. So when I was getting ready to do another round, a cyst started growing on my uterus, and it was growing rapidly. So the doctor explained to me, with my history of endometriosis and now this rapid growing cyst, it wasn't looking good for me, but we had to have the cyst removed immediately. So we went in for the surgery. The doctor knew how much I was trying to have kids, how much I wanted to have kids. Again, all this started because we were trying to have a child. Right. And she said to me, woman to woman, looked me in my eyes and said, I know you want to have a kid. I know you want to carry a child, but I cannot guarantee after this surgery that you're going to be able to do that. August 28th, 2023, a date I will always remember. I was going in to have the cyst removed. I remember it was an 8-hour procedure, and I woke up and I looked over at my mom and I said, "Did it happen?" And I could tell in her face. And at that moment, I knew I had a full hysterectomy. So at that point, my dreams of carrying my own child was taken away from me. It was very hard, but at the same time, we had to get a biopsy on the cyst that was growing, and I found out at that point that I had stage 3 uterine cancer. So at this point, I'm now dealing with 2 different types of cancers and infertility, but I tried my hardest not to let it bring me down. I knew that, again, me and my husband, we wanted a kid. We wanted to grow our family, so I kept that on the forefront. I went through chemotherapy, and that was unsuccessful. Then we decided to try immunotherapy, Keytruda. So I started that about 2 years ago. I can say now that after 2 years, I was able to ring the bell 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Thank you so much. So right now, I still am hoping to have a kid. We are now trying the surrogacy route. Of course, everyone knows surrogacy is very, very expensive, but I have started a GoFundMe. I have asked help from family and friends. Me and my husband are trying our best, working as much as possible to hopefully one day be able to move forward with the surrogacy. Like I said, I was able to freeze 4 embryos. So we tried one, it was unsuccessful, so I still have 3. So that's it, that's my story.
Yes. Well, thank you for being willing to share it.
Thank you.
I know we are close to time, so I'm going to ask people to pull out their phones for a polling, but I'm going to, while you're doing that, ask Chantel here a follow-up question of, how in navigating, 2 types of cancer diagnosed and treatment, but at the same time having, for you, starting back with working in an IVF clinic, fertility has been something, as you described, top of mind throughout that whole process. How did you cope with juggling, dealing with, 2 cancers plus the fertility concerns?
I had no other choice but to be positive and keep pushing forward. I had a wonderful support village at home. My husband, my family have been very supportive, but I knew that they were looking at me for support too in a weird way, so I just had to be strong. I just had to remember that, just with faith as well, that everything will be okay. And that's pretty much how I got through it. In the same way I'm getting through with my goals to have a surrogacy. This is something I want, and I'm going to work hard for it, and it's going to happen.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank
you for being willing to share. All right, so we're going to pull up this last polling question. It's something that we've already been hitting on, but want you all to have a chance, and all of you on the web, to be able to weigh in on what worries you most about you and your loved ones' fertility-related concerns in the future, and select the top 3. I'm going to ask Joyce here in just a moment. I know that we've actually already gotten some comments coming in on this particular topic to share with what some of you on the web have been writing in. But here we'd like to know, are your greatest worries related to A, worsening or progressive fertility loss, B, unpredictable or sudden changes in fertility and reproductive health, C, the ability to have a child, D, health of the future child, E, running out of time due to age or health changes, F, continued emotional and psychological toll, G, the relationship or intimacy with a partner, H, not knowing if fertility treatments will work, or I, some other worry that represents your top 3, one of your top 3 greatest worries about your or your loved one's fertility-related concerns. While those are coming in, Joyce would love to check in, see what we've been hearing from the web.
Yeah, I would say when people are talking about looking to the future, I think what we're seeing is just that ongoing uncertainty. So there are some interesting different comments. Apollo R in Virginia said that they were diagnosed with an intersex variation and are worried that they may not have a chance for biological parentage in the future. So that was, something that came in. Others have really voiced, honestly, so Joanne M. in Garden Grove, California, said, looking ahead, my biggest concern for the future is the lack of accessible and equitable fertility care. And they are asserting that they feel this coverage gap disproportionately impacts women who didn't pursue pregnancy early on, in earlier days. Lindsay in Seneca, South Carolina, said, with concerns about the future, she said that she just sees the fertility journey as a really ongoing process, and that she hasn't felt that she's really been supported throughout this long struggle and has hopes for the future.
Thank you to those of you who have been writing in. Know that we won't be able to read all of your comments today, but that we are receiving them and we'll be including them in the Voice of the Patient report. Just to now that we have the responses have come in on this polling question, we're seeing as top 3 worries for the future, the ability to have a child being rated up there as number 1, followed by the continued emotional and psychological toll. I think very much a continuation of what we've been hearing people have already been going through, but worrying about that continuing into the future, as well as then running out of time due to age or health changes. But again, standing out to me is that every single one of these is in some number of people's top 3 greatest worries or concerns for the future. So I think with that, we're going to take a break. We have here, for those of us in the room, a lunch break. We will be inviting everyone to come back at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. For those of you in the room and on the web, we welcome you to come back 10 minutes earlier than that if you would like. That would be at 1:20 p.m. where you have a few additional voices that couldn't be here in the room today that will be sharing some of those videos and those voices. But we will be formally starting the program back at 1:30. But please know if we didn't get to call on you this morning, that we have the afternoon session where this is all a continuation of this dialogue. So please know that we will make sure we get to you in the afternoon. But with that, just again, you all have been incredible, our panel, all of you that stood up here today. So as we go into lunch, just thank you. Any lunch instructions?
Sorry, I just wanted to shared your stories, whether you're here, whether you're online, and of course our panelists. So grateful for you all, contributing all that you have. I want to welcome everyone for lunch. It's across the hall. I hope everyone will stay and socialize and meet some of the courageous people that you've heard from today, and share your stories privately. And then we'll come back in the afternoon and we're going to focus that part of the day more on treatment for infertility and learn what exists, what's changing, what's coming, what we hope for. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily.
Hello, my name is Micah Hill. I am both a REI doctor who does a lot of fertility preservation, and I'm a cancer survivor myself. When I was diagnosed with colorectal cancer, I was only 33, and I was actually in training at that time at the NIH, having done my OBGYN residency to become a fertility specialist, and got this surprising diagnosis that I had colorectal cancer. Now, at that time, fertility preservation was the last thing on my mind. All I heard was the doctor saying I had a 75% chance to survive. My wife and I had three young, beautiful daughters at that time. And when I think back, all I heard was 75% chance survival. That's great, but that means 25% chance I won't be around for my wife and for my children. What's disappointing to me, though, about that time is no one ever once from the medical team talked to me about preserving my fertility. And obviously, as a man, it's fairly straightforward. I could have frozen sperm a few times and had that option. Maybe they assumed because I was a REI fellow that I knew that and could do that on my own. Maybe this is because it was 2008, but this was still pretty standard of care. But it raises in my mind that we still need to do better to make sure every patient understands the availability of fertility preservation, whether it be eggs or sperm or embryos when they get their cancer diagnosis. I think we're getting closer to that, but unfortunately, even today, I still see patients that have gone through chemotherapy or radiation, lost their ovarian reserve or their ability to make sperm, and were never told about the options for fertility preservation. The second thing that jumps to my mind is just the patient stories that I see that are sometimes heartbreaking. The one that comes to mind, I did 21 years in the U.S. Army, and I saw a young soldier. She was only 19, and she had a very aggressive, rare cancer. She was going to survive. We had treatments for it, but she was going to lose her fertility almost certainly because of these treatments. At that time in the military, we did not have coverage for these, and it was going to be $2,500. We were able from pharmaceuticals to get the drugs covered. We would give our services as physicians for free, but the embryology costs, the hard costs, were still there. And I remember her just weeping as I talked with her because she couldn't afford to do that. Um, and so she did not go through with that, and she ended up not becoming a mother because she didn't have the ability to pay for it. So when I think about kind of where we are at as a field, We need to get better at making sure every patient knows that fertility preservation is available. I think we're getting there. I think most of our patients know that and are counseled to that. But we still have a huge issue on the access to that care. The majority of states do not have mandates. The majority of people do not have insurance coverage. And so, just like that 19-year-old young woman serving her country, we need to do the right service to people to make sure they have availability to become the parents that they want to be. So I just want to thank all of you for coming to this meeting, being a part of this organization, and doing all the things that it takes to make sure that every man, every woman has access to fertility preservation when they face a cancer diagnosis like I did. Thank you for letting me tell my story.
Hi, my name is Pete Proimos, and I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when I was 8 months old. Today, I'm 41 and counting. For those who may not know, cystic fibrosis is a chronic disease. There's a broken protein in my body that affects the way salt moves in and out of cells, creating a really thick and sticky mucus in the body. Anything really with a tube gets clogged. So for our conversation, the vas deferens is one of those tubes. And because of that, 98% of men with cystic fibrosis are infertile. Cystic fibrosis does damage your organs. It's progressive, it's lifelong, and for a long time, as recent as 2020, it was terminal. So for most of my life, the conversation was never about building a future. It was about surviving long enough to have one. No one really talks to you about having kids, not because it doesn't matter, but for a long time, it felt like it might not even be possible. So you learn to push the dream down. You tell yourself not to get too attached. But the truth is, that desire never goes away. You still want a family. You still want to see yourself in someone else. You still want a life that feels full, not just managed. And you find out that even if you've made it this far, even if you've done everything right, there's still barriers. Biological ones, financial ones, emotional ones. IVF is not just a medical process. It's hope, it's grief, it's patience, it's uncertainty, and it's all happening at the same time. And when you're living with a chronic disease, all of that is amplified because you're not just asking, can I have a child? You're asking, do I have enough time? Will my body hold up? Can I afford to even try? That's why this matters to me, because no one should have to give up on building a family because they were born with something they didn't choose. Support in that moment is everything, not just financial support, but someone looking at you and saying, we see you, we believe this is the future for you. That's what we all want, because people with CF deserve more than just longer lives. We deserve full lives. And for many of us, that includes the only shot at becoming biological parents. Fertility support through IVF is the only way we can have biological children. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Amanda Klein. I'm the founder of Nevada Fertility Advocates, which is an organization that supports Nevadans struggling with the disease of infertility. I also had a very long journey with this disease over the course of 5 years. I had 3 miscarriages, multiple surgeries. I did 2 rounds of IVF. And because I have a birth defect known as a bicornuate or heart-shaped uterus, we had to hire a surrogate to carry our daughter. She's almost 6 now, and she's incredible, and I would do it all over again. But, this journey taught me that this disease, it takes away everything, and it's so traumatic physically and emotionally and mentally. And then on top of all of that, you have to figure out how you're going to pay for it because it's financially damaging as well. And, in our situation, we had to go to our family as a couple in our 30s with 2 great jobs and multiple degrees. My dad had to sell his house and give us the proceeds. My husband's family had to dip into their life savings. He had a grandma who was able to help out. But it was a very humbling experience, and frankly, it was very embarrassing. Um, we also know that most people don't have access to these kinds of resources or support system. So I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you taking a closer look at making fertility treatment safe, making it more accessible, making it far more affordable than it is today, so that more Americans can have babies. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch. I want to get things underway again for the afternoon session. So I would really like to welcome our second clinical speaker of the day, Dr. Lauren Roth, and she is here with us to provide an overview of the current treatments for infertility. Dr. Roth is a board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist and also a reproductive endocrinologist, and she is the current director, medical director of Shady Grove Fertility. So welcome, Dr. Roth.
All right, well, thank you for doing this and for having me here and for all the people who have shared their experiences. It was a really impactful morning, and I'm sure this afternoon will be as well. So I have 10 or 15 minutes to go through all of fertility treatment and the future. So we're going to talk about what we have currently in terms of treatments available, some drugs in the pipeline, and then the challenges to developing fertility treatments. Current treatments are essentially what we call low-tech treatments and high-tech treatments. Low-tech treatments are ovulation induction, superovulation induction, getting more than one egg to develop, and intrauterine insemination, or IUI. High-tech treatment, in vitro fertilization, ICSI, which is intracytoplasmic sperm injection, where we inject one sperm into each egg, pre-implantation genetic testing. And we also have fertility preservation, both for medical and non-medical reasons, sperm freezing, egg freezing, embryo freezing. So in order to understand fertility treatment, you have to know a little bit about normal physiology. Dr. Chapman this morning talked about ovarian reserve. That's how many eggs are there in the ovaries. Every month, there is a group of eggs available in the ovaries. The brain only sends enough hormone for one egg to develop and ovulate. The rest of the eggs that were there for that month die off. And so we are making use or overriding that normal regulation when we're doing fertility treatment. And so the area on the right of the screen is showing the hypothalamus, which is in the brain, the pituitary, and then the ovary. And it's showing the hormones that talk to each other along that pathway. And the majority of fertility treatment is impacting the hypothalamus or pituitary, or just giving more of the hormones that the pituitary normally sends to the ovary. That's follicle stimulating hormone, or FSH, and luteinizing hormone, LH. So when I mention these low-tech treatments, medication to get one or more than one egg to develop with either timed intercourse or intrauterine insemination, IUI, we're often using oral medications. That's clomiphene citrate. It's a selective estrogen receptor modulator, and that's in the kind of top box. It essentially makes the brain think the body's not making estrogen, so the brain will send a little extra of that FSH and LH to the ovary. We also use letrozole. It's an aromatase inhibitor. It also makes the brain think the body's not making estrogen, but it's basically blocking an enzyme that converts testosterone to estrogen. So we still get more hormone from the brain to the ovary. Mostly we use these in low-tech treatments, although occasionally they're used during IVF. We also have the injectable medications that we heard about this morning. FSH, right now the brand names that are available for that are Follistim and Gonalef. We also have LH. We have the brand name Menopur, which is a combination of FSH and LH, or we can use low-dose HCG. Occasionally these are used in low-tech treatments, not as much anymore because of the risk of multiples, and this is what is mainly used in IVF. And then this is a graphic of IUI, intrauterine insemination. You know, once we've caused these eggs to develop and controlled ovulation, then we take the semen and wash it. So we're concentrating all the moving sperm into a really small amount of liquid, and then we place it through the cervix into the uterus at the time of ovulation, getting a lot more sperm close to the egg at the right time. Unfortunately, although people have to do a lot in these low-tech treatments, they're not very successful. So, you know, many people, and even what we heard this morning, many people end up using IVF. IVF is much more invasive. It is much more successful as well. We kind of go in a circle on this slide. So top left corner is an ultrasound picture of an ovary after stimulation with these hormones. So women are usually doing 2 to 4 injections a day over about a 2-week time period. We're monitoring very closely during that time with frequent medical visits for ultrasound and blood work. And when we see the eggs are ready based on our measures, we do a surgery under anesthesia called an egg retrieval. And actually, let's see if I can get it. This is the needle. This is during an egg retrieval. That is a needle going through the vaginal wall into the ovary, and then we use suction to remove the eggs. The next part is this fertilization. We put the eggs and sperm together in the lab. That's the actual in vitro fertilization part. We have more than one way to fertilize eggs. We can do conventional IVF. We put a lot of sperm around each egg, let them fertilize on their own, or we can do that second method I mentioned, the intracytoplasmic sperm injection, where we actually inject one sperm right into the egg. This was kind of the major advancement for male fertility, right? Even if we have very low sperm, we can get it right where it needs to be. Then we culture the embryo. We allow that fertilized egg to develop in the lab, usually for about a week. We may do embryo biopsy. This is some of the cells being removed from the outer layer of the embryo for pre-implantation genetic testing of the embryos. And then the final step is actually embryo transfer. We put a little tube through the cervix into the uterus and put the embryo into the uterus. From start to finish, this can take 6 to 3 months for just one kind of full attempt. These are just the simple medications patients need to take during an IVF cycle. So there's a lot of components to the IVF cycle, right? We need to coordinate the cohort, right? Get all of the eggs to develop in unison. There's various medications we can use to do this, birth control pills, estrogen, leuprolide. Then we need to stimulate the ovaries. Those are the medications I mentioned, the FSH, the LH, and occasionally clomiphene or letrozole. We need to prevent ovulation because we need to control when the eggs are going to ovulate. If they release from the ovaries before the egg retrieval, we don't get eggs. So we can prevent ovulation with GnRH agonist, GnRH antagonist, or progestin. And then we need the eggs to be underway with maturing when we retrieve them. So they need to separate from the side of the follicle where they've been developing, and the genetic material in the egg has to divide in half. And so we can use one additional injection, HCG, or leuprolide. And then when we get to embryo transfer, the most common, protocol for embryo transfer is to replace the hormones that the body is normally making to support an early pregnancy. So first we need to thicken the lining of the uterus. That's usually estrogen. We have oral, vaginal, patches, injections. And then we need to line the uterus up with the embryo. So that's endometrial receptivity, and then we need to continue providing these hormones until the placenta takes over. So that's progesterone. Current forms are vaginal and intramuscular. So drugs and devices in the pipeline. So these are what I was able to locate for targeting kind of female fertility. Many of these, the top 5, are still the hormones that are overriding the normal regulation, right? Getting more hormone from the brain to the ovary. And the first few are what we kind of know as generics, right? But the official term is standalone biologic developments. So different forms of FSH or the combination of FSH and LH. There are also some kind of newer forms of FSH, one called folitropin delta. This may offer some advantages to dosing based on kind of ovarian reserve, right? So more specialized dosing may decrease the risk of one of the complications of ovarian stimulation, which is ovarian hyperstimulation. And then there's hypoglycosylated FSH, which may kind of bind to receptors more strongly and cause more impact down the line. There's also subcutaneous progesterone, right? An alternate method of giving progesterone because our current forms are intramuscular and vaginal. No one likes any of the progesterones essentially, right? But having more choice can really be beneficial for patients. Some of the kind of new, I would say, drug potentials are modified recombinant AMH. This might offer ovarian reserve protection during gonatotoxic treatment like chemotherapy. It might also have benefits for diminished ovarian reserve in terms of synchronizing follicle recruitment and follicle growth. I also found OXO-001. I could not find a lot of information on it, but what I could find looks like it's non-hormonal. It may improve implantation, right? The embryo implanting and resulting in a pregnancy, and there might be some uses in PCOS as well. And then the last thing I have listed on here, Fertilo, is actually a device. It's in vitro maturation. So rather than having eggs fully developed and that genetic division occurring before we retrieve them, we could get immature eggs directly from the ovary, which would require significantly less medication, and then mature them in the lab. There are also some drugs targeting males. The first one is an aromatase inhibitor. So those two, actually all these medications that I mentioned that are used for IVF for women, many of them are used for men too, because we actually have the same hormones that are either causing egg or sperm development. The first one is similar to letrozole, so it's aromatase inhibitor. And then the other, there's also an in vitro spermatogenesis device being investigated. And then there are other kind of more, I would say, preclinical potential drugs here that are, monoclonal antibodies or looking at different biologic pathways in sperm development. But there are challenges with developing new treatments for fertility. One, we heard about a lot this morning, right? There's a lot we don't really know about infertility. A lot of the people who spoke this morning mentioned their diagnosis of unexplained, right? We know something's going on because pregnancy hasn't happened in all this time and all of this treatment, but our tests are not good enough to identify what that is in a lot of our patients. It's also important to think about patient preferences, right? All of this is really invasive, a lot of injections. We heard about the fear of needles and, feeling like you might mess up the medications because there are many medications, you guys saw that list, that patients have to manage really mostly on their own. And so thinking about drug delivery is really important as well. There are also economic issues. This was some personal communication I had with someone who's in drug development in the fertility space, and this was really eye-opening to me. We think of fertility as a really large market. It's really common for people to have infertility, but in the pharmaceutical space, infertility is actually a small market. So, for drug companies are businesses, so there has to be the ability to make money in addition to developing. And so it's a small market, so there are financial concerns. The gold standard when we're doing a study is live birth, which is important. That's really the goal of any fertility treatment, is having a baby. But in doing that, the studies take longer, right? Not only does the person have to get pregnant, we have to get all the way 10 months later to finding out, is the baby born? And then usually also assessing some aspects of health of the baby. And so those studies take longer, and they're more expensive because we need resources to follow people for longer. And so it's kind of the idea of opportunity versus risk and cost, right? The risk that they're going to put a lot of time and financial resources into drug development and doing this study versus the opportunity, right? The ability to have this viable product from a financial standpoint. And so, important things to think about. But obviously these treatment developments are really, really needed, as we've heard, throughout the day today. I'm just going to close with a picture of me and Elizabeth Carr, who we saw speaking at the very beginning, but she's the first.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roth, for kicking us off, setting the stage a bit for our afternoon discussion as we now transition, building on everything we heard and learned from you this morning about what it is to live with infertility, fertility loss, and other fertility-related concerns. As we come back here this afternoon to now hear your experiences with the various current treatment approaches, as well as seek your thoughts, your preferences for future treatments. To give you a little bit more of an idea of what we're going to cover, we can pull up our afternoon discussion questions. We're going to be asking you to weigh in and help answer these questions as we dig into this topic. So we certainly want to know what treatments and different approaches have you and your loved ones used to try and preserve, protect, or restore fertility, or to build a family. We want your assessment of those treatments. How well do they address you and your loved ones' infertility or other fertility concerns? And what are the most significant downsides of your current treatments? And how do those downsides affect daily life? In addition to what we learned this morning about the condition itself, how do we layer on and understand treatments as part of your lived experience? We want to know how you and your loved one weigh fertility-related risks against the need to proceed with medical treatment for your and your loved one's conditions. We heard a lot about that decision-making this morning in terms of those moments that you were presented with those decisions, sometimes in very urgent circumstances. We want to explore that a bit more this afternoon. And once we've explored your experiences with current treatment approaches, we're going to look towards the future. And we're going to want to know, what are your thoughts about participating in clinical trials, evaluating fertility protective or fertility restorative therapies? And also, if a new therapy were to come along, what would be important to you in a future therapy? Of course, this can apply maybe to you in your future, but you can also think about this looking back and what would have been valuable to you in the past. So like in the morning, I will invite our panel up here. We have a panel of your peers who will be weighing in and sharing some of their treatment experiences. So please come on up. We have Nova, Tom, Shamiz, Sasha, and Julie. Let everyone settle in here, and it is my pleasure to turn it over to Nova, who's going to get us kicked off. Take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nova. I am a life documentarian, a multimedia artist, and wife to my wonderful husband, Remo. Hopefully, one day I'll be able to add mother. Nine. When you think of that number, what number comes to your mind? For us, and when I say us, I mean my husband and myself, because we are one. For us, those are the number of babies we have lost. The happiest and saddest story is ours. The journey to parenthood has become one of the hardest chapters of our lives. Our joy was palpable the first time we saw those 2 pink lines. It felt like the beginning of everything. But weeks later, it ended. Our first miscarriage, sudden, traumatic, devastating. Watching my husband take a bloody fetus from our shower will forever be etched in my mind. We were told it was common, that we should try again. And so we did. A miscarriage again. And then the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. Each pregnancy brought new hope, but each loss carved a deeper wound, and grief had a permanent home at our table. When natural conception failed, we turned to IVF. We told ourselves it would be the answer. Science would succeed where my body had failed. We learned how to mix medications, and my husband became my nurse and my pharmacist. My body became bruised maps of determination. The first positive pregnancy test after IVF felt like a miracle. We remember staring at the lines, shaking, laughing, and crying all at once. We calculated our due date immediately. We imagined how we would announce it. We let ourselves dream. We told everyone in the most grand way on our wedding day. And then we lost our little baby, another one. We engaged in 4 more IVF cycles, and we lost all of those babies as well. 9 times we have experienced loss. 9 times we have had to say goodbye. 9 times we have whispered prayers over numbers that needed to double. 9 times we have pictured tiny hands and imagined who they would look like. And 9 times we have had to say goodbye. My body has felt like both my greatest hope and my greatest betrayal. PCOS, fibroids. We were told, though, that we have unexplained infertility. This feels like the cruelest diagnosis of all. How can something be so wrong and yet have no clear reason? I would rather have a reason or the problem so we could fix it. I spent months, then years, asking my body why it wouldn't do the one thing that it's supposed to do. I blame myself in ways I would never imagine. And even when doctors tell me it isn't my fault, a part of me still feels broken. Recurrent pregnancy loss changes you. It steals the innocence from pregnancy. We don't get carefree joy. We get anxiety. Every cramp sends us spiraling. Every trip to the bathroom fills us with dread. Ultrasounds don't feel exciting. They feel like judgment days. We hold our breath, waiting to see if there's a heartbeat, terrified of the silence that sometimes follows. Infertility is isolating. Baby showers are bittersweet. Pregnancy announcements can knock the air out of us, even when we are genuinely happy for the person sharing their joy. We have learned that 2 things can be true. You can be joyful for someone else and sad for yourself at the same time. Losing 9 babies demands extraordinary resilience. There is a quiet courage in continuing after repeated grief. We constantly rediscover joy, community, and the kind of resilience that feels like home. Home that feels like a warm hug. We deepen our trust in our bodies and each other, and we light new beginnings and opportunities Thank you to organizations like the Cade Foundation who do feel like a warm hug as we continue to navigate what is next for us. Another cycle, alternative routes, or the end. We share our story to highlight the voices that have not been heard, aren't being heard, and that may never be heard. That is why today matters. And when you look around the room, you see resilience, compassion, and people who truly understand what it means to stay the course. We're honoring every story today, the ones still being written, the ones that are currently happening, and the ones that we hold currently in our hearts. We remind everyone to allow yourself grace, allow space for the full range of emotions. We see your strength, we see your willingness to believe, we see your hope. You are not alone. No one should have to experience infertility, sickness, loss, miscarriage, especially not 9. Let's go deeper and further with our voices so others don't have to experience these things. Infertility is a part of our story, but is not all of us. Still, it has shaped us. Even in the deepest grief, we carry hope, fragile, flickering, yet still alive. My husband and I, Remo, we thank you for allowing us to share our story.
Hello. My name is Tom. I'm 45 years old and I live in Golden, Colorado. It will probably sound odd to this crowd, but I only recently put together how connected I've been to fertility issues my entire life. I was adopted at birth. I was the second adopted child in my family. My parents weren't able to conceive, so turned to an adoption agency to fulfill their dreams of parenthood. Adoption was looked upon very differently back then. I learned much later in life that my dad's parents were against them adopting. Lo and behold, after adopting my older sister and me, my parents got pregnant. So we are 3 kids, all 2 years apart, all born in May, and none of us blood related. I knew my entire life about the adoption and actually thought it made me interesting and unique. However, in my mid-20s, the last thing on my mind was family building. I had recently moved to New York City, was going through a breakup, and trying to build a career. Crashing on a friend's couch in Brooklyn, I began to have regular night sweats. We've all woken up sweaty, but this was different. I was drenched. It wasn't until a trip home at Thanksgiving that my mom insisted I go to urgent care. What started as a routine chest x-ray led to a delayed trip home, a CT scan, and ultimately a diagnosis of stage 4 Hodgkin lymphoma. After a barrage of scans, tests, and doctor consults, my medical oncologist presented me with 2 treatment options. The first, which was his recommendation, was escalated dose Biacop. The 10-year disease-free rate was higher for stage 3 and later diagnoses, but came with a 90+% chance of infertility. The alternative path, ABVD, greatly reduced my chances of infertility, but had a higher relapse rate. I didn't hesitate. I chose the Biacop regimen with its better 10-year disease-free rates. I deal with the potential infertility if and when the time came by banking my sperm. In retrospect, I now realize how nuanced that choice between greater efficacy on the cancer front and improved fertility outcomes can be. For me, it seemed obvious because of the ease and speed with which I could preserve my fertility. I've met so many young adults since who are paralyzed by this choice, and with good reason. How can one be expected to make a choice between your own health and the ability to have children later in life? And that's not even considering the cost, time, and invasiveness a woman faces in preserving her fertility. After 7 rounds of aggressive chemotherapy and 25 days of targeted radiation, I was declared in remission. As anyone who's had cancer will understand, a lot of the worrying starts when you finish treatment. As the months and years went by, primarily concerned with whether or not the cancer had been eradicated, I had tests performed to determine if treatment had left me sterile. Multiple tests over the years confirmed what my doctor had said was most likely infertility. While single and dating, my infertility wasn't a pressing concern. Though it could be a somewhat awkward conversation, it didn't weigh on me as I wasn't ready for kids yet. That changed after getting married and deciding with my wife, Laura, that we were ready to start a family. Even though I was the one with infertility, it was of course she who bore the brunt of treatments. First, she had her eggs harvested and embryos were created using my preserved sperm. A few years later, IVF. I felt an odd mix of guilt and helplessness through these processes. My wife, who had no medical issues whatsoever, a former D1 college athlete and a general badass, became the patient. I stood by helplessly as she injected herself daily with hormones. One of the photos in rotation shows me doing absolutely nothing while she's sticking a jab in her stomach. I'm also remembering a night out she went with girlfriends, her meds in a cooler on ice, the group collectively taking shots, Jell-O shots for most, hormones in the belly for Laura. I accompanied her for frequent blood draws and invasive checkups, witnessed the toll it took on her physically and emotionally from the sidelines, unable to alleviate her discomfort or reduce her anxiety. We were fortunate that the first round was successful, though there were landmines ahead. First, we were told it was a chemical pregnancy, only to learn days later that it was a faulty blood lab result, and she was in fact pregnant. 2 subchorionic hematomas, a single umbilical artery, which can increase the risk of the baby having cardiac, skeletal, intestinal, or renal problems. 6.5 weeks before her due date, a scheduled checkup revealed massively elevated blood pressure. Diagnosed with preeclampsia, she wouldn't leave the hospital until giving birth. After an emergency C-section, Laura wasn't allowed to see her child for over 24 hours due to the magnesium she was on. Rosie would go on to spend 2 weeks in the NICU before we could bring her home. Because I was adopted at birth, holding my newborn daughter in my arms was the first time in my life I'd met a blood relative. To be certain, we are extremely grateful for the science that allowed us this opportunity. We had both the resources and support to endeavor through IVF and have our smart, highly inquisitive, and sassy daughter, Rosemary, in May of 2022. Over the years, I've met countless other young adult cancer patients and survivors. I've seen tremendous progress in the awareness and proactive intervention of treatment-related infertility. And yet, the story remains stubbornly persistent. A young patient not made aware of the risk treatment poses to their fertility, the inability to afford preservation treatment, the impossible choice between preserving one's fertility or one's life, the emotional and psychological toll of carrying this burden into future relationships. This December will mark 20 years since my diagnosis. I'll never know why my treatment was successful where others weren't, or exactly the circumstances that allowed my wife and I to have our own biological child where others were unable. There's a phenomenon among cancer survivors to experience survivor guilt. I feel a kind of IVF parenthood guilt also. My sincere hope is that future advances in medicine, access, and costs means no hopeful parent loses that child because of a medical diagnosis. Thank you for continuing to listen to patients, our experiences, our needs, while shaping and developing better and more effective treatments going forward.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Shamice Oyinka, and I am 41 years of age. I reside in Metro Atlanta with my husband. Professionally, we lead 3 businesses, an architecture firm, a development firm, and also a cabinetry business. Personally, I am navigating a complex medical journey that has required me to become both patient and an advocate within the healthcare system. A central part of my life has been my nephew, whom I've been raising since he was 4 months old. He is now finishing his junior year of high school. His care has involved managing autism, ADHD, sensory processing challenges, and bipolar disorder. That experience shaped my understanding of long-term care, the importance of coordinated services, and what it means to advocate consistently with medical and the educational system. For many years, I believed that would be my only experience with motherhood. However, after marrying 6 years ago, my husband and I made a decision to try to conceive. Initially, I was told I should not have any difficulty becoming pregnant despite having only one ovary and fallopian tube due to a prior surgery following a miscarriage at the age of 23. After a year without success, I was admitted to the emergency room with severe pelvic pain. The moment marked a turning point in my medical journey. After multiple referrals and evaluations, I was diagnosed with stage 4 endometriosis. Following laparoscopic surgery, this included intensive adhesions and organ involvement. What is important to note is that for years prior, I had reported the symptoms: severe pelvic pain, digestive issues, and debilitating menstrual cycles that were constantly dismissed as normal. That delay in diagnosis is not unique to me. It reflects the border gap in how women's pain, particularly related to the reproductive health, is often minimized. Over the past year and a half, I have undergone 3 major surgeries to manage endometriosis and endometriomas. At the same time, I entered fertility treatment, where I was also diagnosed with diminishing ovarian reserve and presented with the option of using an egg donor. With those clinical realities, while those clinical realities are significant, the most challenging aspect of this journey has been the lack of integrated care, particularly as it relates to mental health. Fertility treatment is highly procedural. It is structured around protocol, timelines, and outcomes. However, there is often limited preparation for physical and psychological impact of treatment. The medications involved, including norethindrone, progesterone, and estradiol, have had a significant impact on my body and my mental health. I experienced severe side effects, including mood instability, fatigue, and emotional distress. On New Year's Eve of 2025, I was actually admitted into a mental health facility for 5 days due to a medical-induced depression. During that time, I was told by providers that this would not be uncommon among women undergoing fertility treatments. Yet, it is not routinely addressed as a part of the standard care. Since then, I have regularly ongoing mental health support, including antidepressants therapy, in order to continue treatment. This highlights a critical gap between reproductive care and mental health services. Another key issue has been the burden of self-advocacy. Throughout this process, I've had to research questions and push for comprehensive care at every stage. For many patients, especially without resources or supports, this creates an additional barrier to effective treatment. Patients should not have to navigate fragmented systems while managing chronic illnesses and infertility. Earlier diagnosis of conditions like endometriosis, better patient education, and proactive mental health screenings could significantly improve both outcome and quality of life. I am currently preparing for another surgery next Saturday with the goal moving forward to embryo transfer, thanks to the Cade Foundation. While I remain hopeful, this journey continues to require careful coordination of care and ongoing resilience. I share my story not just as a patient, but as an advocate. To emphasize the infertility, and chronic reproductive conditions are not solely clinical experiences. They are whole person experiences that require whole person care. If we truly want better outcomes, we must start by listening sooner, believing patients earlier, and treating mental health as an essential part of reproductive care, not just an afterthought. Because behind every protocol is a person, and behind every patient is a life that deserves to be fully seen, fully supported, and fully cared for. Thanks for holding space for my story.
Good afternoon. My name is Sasha. I'm 45 years old, and I was diagnosed with PCOS in my late 20s. For years, that diagnosis lived in my medical chart and in my advocacy work at PCOS Challenge, the National Polycystic Ovary Syndrome Association, the organization I founded after my diagnosis of PCOS. But PCOS had not yet tested me in the deeply personal way that would come later. I did not grow up wanting to have children, but that changed in the last couple of years of my 30s, when something shifted inside me. Call it biology, call it clarity. My body and my heart made the same decision at the same time. I wanted to become a mother, and I did not want to live with the regret of never trying. I focused on building the healthiest foundation I could. I was intentional about nutrition and movement and preparation. But PCOS was not the only challenge that my body had in store. Around 40 years old, I learned that I needed a myomectomy to remove multiple fibroids. The surgery itself was major, but the circumstances made it harder. I went through it alone in the hospital because of the pandemic, and I needed more than 6 months to recover before I could even begin to think about fertility treatment. Every day of that recovery, I could hear the clock tick, tick, ticking. Once I healed, my partner and I tried for about 3 months before proceeding with a visit to my reproductive endocrinologist. My history of the myomectomy, performed when I was nearly 41 years old, carried real weight in how my doctor approached my care. My anti-Mullerian hormone levels indicated dwindling egg reserves. IVF became the recommended next step. There was no time for other interventions, and my doctor showed me a chart tailored to my case. The projected success rate was in the low 20th percentile. That would not have been a passing grade in any classroom. It was a sobering moment, yet I never felt discouraged. I started my first injection on Thanksgiving Day, and I was excited for this journey. I had already ordered all my medications, organized them, refrigerated ones that needed refrigeration, read all the instructions, and watched multiple videos on administering them properly. There's something surreal about administering fertility medications while the rest of the country gathered around a holiday table. While hosts and cooks mixed batters for desserts and to fry the perfect bird, my husband and I mixed Menopur and Gonal-f. I followed the protocol precisely: Menopur, Gonal-f, ultrasounds, blood work, more injections. And my doctor had to adjust my protocol at that first monitoring visit to what I started calling the "we need more eggs" protocol. That was deeply unexpected for me because only 4 or 5 years earlier, to me that was just shortly before that, my ovaries had been decorated with what clinicians called a lovely string of pearl, formed by the many follicles of my then polycystic ovaries. Now we were working to coax every follicle we could. My doctor told me to visualize 10 eggs. He spoke words of affirmations over the process, and I held on to them. They became my only focus: 10 eggs, 10 eggs. Not the statistics, not the odds, the positive. On retrieval day, he got 10 eggs. 5 days later, I had 4 embryos, 2 of which were graded at the top of their class. A couple months later, I received a sweet message from the clinic saying, "Yay, you made it. We are ready for transfer." Those 5 words carried the weight of surgeries, recoveries, injection bruises, monitoring visits, sore muscles, adjusted protocols. bouts of emotional instability, and quiet hope. It was almost transfer day. All I had to do now was another week of estrace twice per day, vaginal progesterone 3 times per day, and progesterone in oil injections. The positive test that followed would ultimately result in my daughter. She's 3 years old now, and she's a brilliantly extraordinary and compassionate little human who I have no doubt will make a positive mark on this world. She was meant to be here. Brilliant doctors, advancing technology, and a great deal of physical and emotional work went into bringing her into this world. I want to leave this panel with this. Treatment journeys with infertility are not linear. We've heard multiple stories today. They intersect with age, surgical recovery, pandemic-era isolation, with statistics that do not always feel like they're on your side. But they also intersect with the power of focused, compassionate medical care, with science that makes the seemingly impossible possible, and with the resilience that every person living with infertility carries, whether they realize it or not. My daughter is proof that the work we do in this space matters, not in the abstract, in the most tangible, life-changing way imaginable. Thank you so much for listening to part of my story.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Eshelman. I'm 39 years old, and I'm a military spouse currently stationed in Harrisonburg, Virginia, with my husband and my daughter. During our 9-year family-building journey, my husband and I struggled to build our family due to unexplained infertility. We began our journey in 2016, hopeful that building our family would happen quickly. But after 6 months, we began to wonder if there was something wrong. Around the 1-year mark, we learned that the Army would be relocating us to Arizona and delaying our diagnostic options. Once we moved in July of 2017, I quickly began trying to establish care to be able to get the referrals needed to see what was preventing us from getting pregnant, with the hopes of being pregnant before my husband was set to deploy in early 2018. I was finally able to establish care with a local OBGYN, and he thought we just needed to keep trying because he thought timing and my husband physically being in the same space as me were to blame because my husband traveled a lot in his previous assignment. So, not knowing any better, we agreed. Then in early 2018, we finally got the referral to a fertility clinic, but it was too late. My husband was deploying. After months on the wait list at our clinic, I began my diagnostic testing in late 2018 and early 2019 while my husband was still deployed. Once he returned, it was his turn to do his diagnostics, and we were diagnosed with unexplained infertility. Our doctor recommended trying 3 intrauterine inseminations before moving to in vitro fertilization, due to our diagnosis and our expected out-of-pocket costs. In April 2019, we did our first IUI, and I remember my husband saying that he felt like a mad scientist with all the mixing of medications and the number of injections that we needed. I remember being surprised by all of the monitoring appointments and needing to go to the office basically every other day. Between those appointments and the medication injections, I felt like a pincushion. I pushed through because we wanted to build our family. We were incredibly surprised to learn after the dreaded 2-week wait that it was successful. Then, in true military fashion, we learned that we would be moving to the Chicago area in 3 weeks. So all at once, we were navigating a short-notice cross-country move and being pregnant for the first time. We came up with some creative solutions to ensure that our medications would stay refrigerated during a multiple-day cross-country drive. Despite juggling these complexities, we were extremely excited. But that all changed when I started bleeding while we were in the middle of driving from Arizona to Chicago. No breaks, no at-home comforts, just days of driving and fear of what a miscarriage meant for our family building journey. In July of 2019, 2.5 months after arriving in Chicago, we had our first appointment at our new clinic. They required that we redo all of our diagnostic testing and eventually came to the same conclusions that our previous clinic had. Then in August, we did our second IUI. Again, it was successful, but this time clouded with the fears of loss. Then in October, after being released from the fertility clinic with a healthy pregnancy, I went to my first OB appointment alone because my husband had drill weekend. And I knew from the distressed look on the provider's face that our world was crashing down around us again. Sadly, we experienced a miscarriage that required surgery. Then in January 2020, after taking a 3-month break to let my body heal, we did our third IUI, this time resulting in another heartbreaking loss. At this point, our insurance would now cover further testing into our recurrent losses. But nothing new was discovered. The plan was to move to IVF, and while we waited for that IVF consult months away, we planned our Hail Mary final IUI cycle in March. However, that cycle and starting IVF was impacted by the pandemic. Once the clinic reopened, we did our egg retrieval in July of 2020. And based on my age and our recurrent losses, it was suspected that my egg quality might be one of the factors that we had been unsuccessful. So we did embryo testing prior to doing IVF transfer in October of 2020. In June of 2021, 5 years into our journey, we welcomed our daughter, and she's our sassy miracle. But we knew we wanted at least 2 children, and with another military move fast approaching, we had to hit pause on our journey. Not because we wanted to, but because our next duty station was only for 10 months, and we knew 10 months wouldn't be long enough. In July of 2022, we moved from Kansas to Pennsylvania and began a very strenuous journey of getting to our second IVF transfer. After 15 months, we were finally able to do another IVF transfer in October of 2024. This time, we made it to almost 16 weeks before we experienced a second trimester loss that nearly killed me. After a long recovery and yet another move in July of 2024 to Virginia, we began weighing our options. And in January of 2025, we decided to end our family building journey. Not because we changed our minds about having more kids, but because we couldn't afford the financial, physical, and emotional toll of fertility treatments and potential losses. Despite those complexities, my husband and I navigated with timing of injections, appointments, scheduling around his military schedule, and because of my fear of needles. We would do it all again to have our daughter. But in a perfect world, and hopefully something that this panel can consider, is that we wouldn't have to worry about mixing our medications and mixing them incorrectly, worrying about keeping them refrigerated while we have to consider moving across the country, or to have so many injections when undergoing the treatments. It's burdensome, it's stressful, and with advances in technologies, I'm hopeful that some of these issues can be addressed in the future, giving families like mine a simplified medical approach to address infertility and help others achieve the dream of parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and to all of our panelists kicking us off this afternoon and being willing to take us down your treatment journey. So again, join me in thanking our whole panel. So now we're at our second opportunity of the day to broaden the discussion to all of you in our live audience here, both in the room, as well as all of you who have been joining us remotely via the web. As we now expand into the second discussion, we're going to start off with a couple of polling questions to get our audience thinking, get a sense of some of your experiences here on the treatment front. So if you can pull out those devices, whatever you're using this morning will work for this afternoon, phone, tablet, or if you're online, a new tab on your web browser. Go to www.pollev.com/HALMARY A4FP-PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. We'll be able to keep this up throughout the remainder of today and help us learn about some of your experiences. So if we can go to that first polling question. So here we want to know, what treatments and approaches have you and your loved one used to preserve, protect, or restore fertility or to build a family? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, egg, embryo, sperm, or gonadal tissue freezing or cryopreservation. B, ovulation induction medications. C, intrauterine insemination or IUI. D, in vitro fertilization or IVF. E, embryo transfer procedures. F, gestational surrogate. G, donor eggs, sperm, or embryos. H, surgery to treat a condition affecting fertility. I, fertility preservation before medical treatment. J, genetic screening or testing of embryos. K, some other treatment or approach that you or your loved one have used. Or L, if you've not used any treatments or approaches. As a reminder, when we have questions where our audience can select all that apply, those percentages are not the percentage of people making a selection, but the percentage of the overall results. So you can think of those gold bars as kind of a little bit of a relative ranking. As it stands, IVF is the #1 treatment approach being reported by our audience, followed by egg, embryo, sperm, or gonadal tissue freezing or cryopreservation. We see kind of as a step down a few things: ovulation induction medications, embryo transfer procedures, and genetic screening and testing of embryos. But we see everything here being used by our, having been used by our audience, and some reporting that they haven't used any treatments or approaches. We'll turn to the next question, which looks to a broader set of approaches beyond those medications and procedures. We'd like to know, what other approaches have you used or your loved one used to preserve, protect, or restore fertility or to build a family? Again, you can select all that apply. Those options are A, diet, B, exercise, C, reducing alcohol, D, psychological therapy or counseling, E, acupuncture, F, holistic and mind-body approaches, G, some other approach, something that's outside of medications and procedures that you've used, or H, if not applicable, you're not using anything other than those medications or procedures. We'll give everyone a chance here. Let us know what your approaches you or your loved one have tried. It's looking like top of our list is diet, followed by exercise. After that, we see acupuncture, psychological therapy and counseling, and reducing alcohol. Everything here being reported by our audience, and perhaps quite a few other things. So we want to hear about those when we jump into our audience discussion. And again, some reporting not applicable because they're not using anything other than medications or procedures. One last polling question here. This is the one to try to get you thinking about this topic and help us learn about your experiences, which is, how well do your or your loved one's current treatments or approaches address your or their fertility-related concerns? The options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because not using anything. As you're making these selections, we want you to think about the why behind this. It's a very personal response you're choosing here. For the about 1/3 of you that are saying somewhat, you know, what was your gauge for picking somewhat? What treatment experiences came to mind that you felt have somewhat addressed your fertility-related concerns? Same thing for about the 1/5 of you that are saying to a great extent. You know, where did that success generate from? But are there any remaining gaps? Anything that could have better helped address your concerns? And then for about the 10% of you who are saying very little, same thing. We want to know, what have you tried? What have your experiences been? Currently, no one is reporting not at all. And we do have a number of people saying not applicable because they're not using anything. So thank you for doing that first set of polling questions. You can keep that web page open. We have a couple more questions we'll get to a little bit later. But now we want to jump into this topic and understand some of the current treatment approaches that you've experienced. I'd like to start things with maybe what has been most useful, most helpful in helping managing your fertility-related concerns, whether that be directly or supportive. what comes to mind as maybe of the things that you've tried that have helped the most? Yes, please. And we got a mic coming right up here. And again, please, if you don't mind, stand, let us know who you are, and please jump right in.
Definitely. Hello, my name is Remo. My beautiful wife is right there. And thank you to the panel for that wonderful testimony. That was amazing. I think for me personally, being our own advocate was major for us. We've probably dealt with 3 or 4 doctors over the course of this journey, and initially, things weren't brought to the forefront that we felt should have been talked about. So we did our own research, we did a deep dive, and we basically hit the internet and became our own doctors in a sense. And we realized that things such as, lubricant washes or acupuncture, these things were very helpful to us, and they weren't really presented initially. So I tell everybody to be your own advocate and dig deep, and you only have a limited time on this planet, so you want to make sure that you do your own research and just help yourself, because you have to be your own advocate. Yeah.
And then did you find that some of those kind of additional approaches, things like the acupuncture, can you kind of speak to how that, kind of contributed to both of your journey?
Yeah, definitely. I think more so just knowing about it was more important, because it wasn't presented initially. So in hindsight, it kind of plays a mental game with you, because you're like, if I knew about this and I maybe tried this, would it have worked? And we'll never know that answer. So I think just being presented with all the facts, all the details, all of the options would be beneficial to anybody at that point.
Yeah. And as you discovered some of those things that weren't presented to you, was there certain information that stood out as, this would have been helpful for us to actually assess that if it had been brought up, whether it's, how it might have helped, some of the risks? Can you kind of just speak to, what was the information you were, when you found it, kind of really stuck out to you as being important?
Definitely. I think genetic testing might have been the one that really spoke to us. Okay. Oftentimes with insurance, lapses of insurance, so to speak, information isn't offered completely to the patient. So I think regardless of financial status, regardless of anything, I think all information should be presented. Yeah. And with that, you can make an option that's best for yourself.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being willing to share. Yes. Yes, we have a hand here in the back.
Hello, my name is Tamika Felder. I live here in Maryland. This has been one of those things where the stories are beautiful. It's hard, it's triggering, but I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank everyone who shared their story today. So a little bit of my story. In 2001, when I was 25, I was diagnosed with cervical cancer. And despite my doctor doing everything to preserve my fertility at the young age, and I was in no rush to become a mom at 25, and I was single, the system failed me, my insurance, the state of Maryland, and I, was angry, I was upset, and at some point I just said, I'm not going to become a mom. And I know now, many years later, almost 25 years later, that I told myself that to make it okay, right? That's how I got through it every single day. The reality is that I still wanted to be a mom, despite not being in a rush, but also you tell yourself what you need to tell yourself to get through it. And I remember I heard someone say it today, ovarian tissue, when my doctor mentioned that to me in 2001, and I remember thinking I was on an episode of Star Trek or something like that. And now here we are many years later, the technology, even though there's so much that still needs to be done, there are advancements that have been made. There are organizations, there are resources. I have never been in a room with so many people telling their fertility stories, and this is something that I will take with me forever. To wrap it all up, support matters. Whether it's your family, your friends, your community. Through the Ulman Cancer Fund, I was able to connect with the Alliance, and I started my own organization in 2005, Survivor, CERVIVOR. And that led me to this woman who looks nothing like me. She's blonde, blue-eyed. Her husband and my husband look like they could be brothers or first cousins. But she gave me the ultimate gift on April Fool's Day by offering me her unused embryos. And for once in my life, I was speechless. I don't know if you can tell, I'm hardly ever speechless, but I was speechless. And 3 years ago, I became a mom to a 3-year-old. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Ullman. Thank you, Dave, who helped me share my story many, many years. What I want to say in this room is that my son looks nothing like me. Despite her husband having melanin, and I thought my son would have some melanin, he got none of it. He actually had blue eyes, strawberry blonde curls. We walk out together, and I dare somebody to say that's not my son, while he's screaming, "Mom, Mom, Mommy," like little Stewie. I'm saying that to say, if you desire a biological child, do everything in your power that you are capable of to have a biological child. If you do not have a child, and if you desire to be a parent, that you're okay with that child not having any of your DNA. And I didn't know that one day I would be okay with that. That's my truth. And the truth is that little boy looks nothing like me, but he is the epitome of me. So says my husband and everyone who encounters him. And I would not be a mom without this community. I want you all to also know that you're seen, you're heard, your stories bring that data and that impact alive, and we need it, as you heard, for future generations. I'll also leave you with, when my insurers denied me and the state of Maryland denied me, Ullman and Joyce came in, and now in the state of Maryland and a few other states, we protect the rights of people who want to become parents. Thank you.
Oh, I've got questions. You don't get off the hook. I will invoke a moderator's prerogative then. No, but seriously, you have a lot that you shared in there. I want to explore a little bit of it if you're willing.
You said I had no choice.
And so, you talk about, there were access barriers. Can you just tell us a little bit about, what kind of specifically, you were seeking and what that inability to access meant in terms of your, fertility journey?
So the first one was like at, 10 o'clock in the morning, hearing that in order to save your life, you have to have a radical hysterectomy. Having that type of surgery will leave you infertile. But to protect your fertility, we're going to take one ovary and pull it way up this way, do this other one with another one. I was almost in tears when you were sharing your story. I felt it so much, so deeply. And despite me always talking, this is the hardest thing for me to talk about even so many years later, but I do it because it matters. So money, time. You're dealing with learning this thing, but then figuring out, where am I going to get this money to start it? Mm-hmm. Then me being single at the time and having to think donor sperm, again, 25 years old, 2001, this was before the internet as we know it, there's no social media. So I'm like, you want me to get what? Now I'm like, give me all the donor sperm.
Yeah.
It's in my common vernacular now, but so that was the other thing. So it's awareness, it's funding, it's having someone to help you navigate through it, mm-hmm. so that you're not weathering these big things alone, because it's a lot to process, usually in a very short period of time.
Yeah. And then ultimately, getting to the point where, donor embryos became mm-hmm. your path forward to, mm-hmm. to motherhood.
And that was an immediate yes, even though I couldn't verbalize it.
Right. Can you just kind of it was an immediate yes, but there's probably a lot of, past thinking that went into that moment. Can you just kind of, tell us what led to you being able to say yes to that?
I called Joyce and she told me that I was worthy of becoming a mom, even at my age, even at the lack of resources. And I'm not saying that just because she's in the room. Yeah. I threatened her and made her not tell anyone. Yeah. But I thought that I would say yes. And in all the faith that I have, somehow the world would say no. And even though I have this little boy now, it was so hard. It was so hard. And there were so many roadblocks that came. I look at him every morning. I'm so tired today, but I do not regret it at all having him. And I wake up and I say, there's a little boy here and you're mine. You're all mine, with his not so blue eyes anymore, but still very greenish gray. But it has been, I've survived the death of my parents, my sister, so many things. And this has been incredibly hard. But it also has been so wonderful. It also does not negate the feelings that I have of not being able to have a biological child. I love that we're talking about the emotions behind this, because I think two things are true. I think you can get your happy ending, however that looks like, but also mourn what you also want. Yeah.
Well, that was wonderful.
And you know why I'm looking at you saying that too. Yeah.
Well, thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that. Thank you. I'd also like to comment on those things that have most helped along the way. Again, whether directly, indirectly, there were a number of, to a great extent in that last polling question. So just curious, what was it that popped into to your mind, if that was the answer that you gave, or even that somewhat? Would like to see if there's anything else anyone would like to add on what has been most helpful. Yes, we got a mic coming right for you.
Let me stand this way. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Denise, and I am the proud mother of Nova, and my son, not son-in-law, he's my son Remo. I'm coming from another perspective. As a parent, to watch your children go through so much pain, it's very difficult. What stands out for me is the support of the community and the knowledge that they have come across, their own research, reaching out to organizations, and thankfully Cade, which has made a large impact in their lives. It's so difficult. You talk about community and support and the pain and the grief. And it's so difficult because you don't know what to do. As parents, it's very hard. I have grown children. Most of you don't have grown children, but to watch them grow up and watch their expectations coming about and then not be able to meet them because of other things out of their control. It's very, very difficult as a parent. And just being in this environment and listening to these stories and the support that's given, it's really lifted my heart up to know that what I can't give them, other people can give them. It does take a village, and I'm so appreciative of all the support and love that they get. So whatever work you're doing, it's working, it's helping. It's not only helping the ones that are going through it, it's helping their families as well, because we need this support too. We grieve like they grieve. We grieve differently, but we also grieve to see our children go through this. So coming here today, supporting them, meeting all of you, listening to your stories, I'm just grateful for this community, and I thank you for the work that you're doing.
Yes, thank you. I've got one question for you. So one thing that you mentioned, and I think it's a strong message, and is reiterate, kind of building on a message of the importance of community. But you mentioned specifically that it's really hard when you don't know what to do, and to it sounds like the uncertainties of navigating this. What's the right choice? What are the choices? We heard about a little bit about that from your son-in-law. How do you see that impacting the family? The broader family, but also your child, your children. What's the impact of kind of that not knowing along the way?
Not knowing is critical. And I say that because there's so much that we don't know, and you just don't know what to share. Like this, it's very personal, but yet you want to scream. So I think the communication and lack thereof are really the critical pieces, because there's not enough knowledge about this. I've learned so much since my children have gone through it, but it's just like a give and take. Well, do I share this? Do I tell this? I want people to know, but then I don't want people to be worried about me because of my grief. So, it's a hard line between what should you share, what should you communicate to others, what's the fine line. All of those things come into play.
Well, thank you so much. And I also see where Nova got her wonderful fashion sense from. Yes, we have a hand right here. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My name's Kirsten, and I am very lucky to be the mom of identical twin boys. I had those boys with no problems at all. Like, it was so easy. I was very confident that we could have another child, and that is not what ended up happening. What I wanted to say was just building on what the last speaker said. I think that going through infertility is a journey of so much unknown right now that you are really susceptible to fraud and to searching for information in the wrong places to help you. And I did a lot to try and have another child, and I went through 6 rounds of IVF, 1 round of IUI. I had ovarian PRP, RPR, I don't know, which didn't work, nothing worked. But in addition to that, which was incredibly expensive, I'm glad to say that I finished paying off the debt for that in December, so that was nice, years later. I was in a lot of Facebook groups, which I found very helpful. And some other mom or some other woman in the Facebook group said, "Oh, well, you should try this supplement." And then I was like, "Okay, I gotta get that supplement too." And then I started taking the supplement, and then I read an article that said this supplement causes cancer, and I was like, "Whoa." I'm an educated person. I'm taking advice from people who, like, I don't know, anyone who said anything, I would listen to them. Yeah. And so I ended up buying the book. It starts with the egg. I totally changed my diet. I ended up signing up with a sort of like Eastern medicine doctor who prescribed all these tests. Pretty much there was nothing wrong with me. I mean, I was old, but there wasn't really anything wrong with me. So I just think that we need more information. It's I hope that other people going through this down the road get that information.
And so in that, for the type of information, obviously you were looking for things, that could help treatment be effective.
Yeah. I like to call it turning back the hands of time. Yeah. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
So can you just kind of, you had, I think you said 6 rounds of IVF, 1 of IUI, did you know what you were looking for as you were like seeking out information from peers on Facebook and online communities like that? What was kind of the gap that you were trying to fill? Was it in hope of being able to then pursue IVF successfully? Can you just kind of maybe put that into a little bit of context?
Yeah. So I had some complicating health issues. I had a bilateral pulmonary embolism before my first pregnancy. And so my first IVF treatment, they did not do like synchronizing hormones so that, all my eggs were all different sizes, and they got like 4 eggs or something. And I just didn't know enough information, and I kind of felt like they just wanted my money. I mean, maybe that's not fair. It's a very vulnerable time. I did have some insurance coverage, but for like 3 rounds, which I'm very lucky. It was still thousands of dollars because the medications, all that stuff. But so after that first round, I thought I need more information, and so that's when I started trying to get healthier, improve. I tried to remove all plastics from my house. I tried to clean up all of my products. I see nods. I'm sure other people have done this too. If you look for things that are bad for you, they're everywhere. So it really feels like the government isn't helping you and you're out there on your own, trying to find food that doesn't make you sick, So I did that. I tried to, that's when I engaged the Eastern medicine doctor who had a little bit more information about what type of supplements I should be on, but that was thousands of dollars. I spent thousands of dollars, and as some doctors would say, which I peed down the toilet, because of the supplements just going straight through you. Yeah. So I don't know if I answered your question, but there you go. That's what I did. Yeah.
And can you just maybe share with where you're at in your journey today? Are you still looking, for something?
Despite my amazing skin, I'm 46 years old now. I decided that it was too hard to continue, but I will say that that is a very hard decision to know after doing everything that you can. Not drinking, sleeping, meditation, acupuncture, spending thousands of dollars, and to make the decision that, I can't do this anymore. That was really hard. And I feel very lucky to have my boys. They're crazy and amazing. And I've gone through, and there's great things ahead for us, but that is really hard decision. And just to share about how hard of a decision it was, it was so expensive in DC. I signed up for a clinic, CNY in New York. I would go up to, out of state. I was paying, finding the cheapest medication. So finding the pharmacy that's out of network, the cash pharmacy that would have the cheapest medication for each one of the medications. So not even getting all the medications from one place. Right. These are things that people shouldn't have to go through. Yeah. So I hope that there's opportunities to have different types of medications here in the U.S. so that so there's more competition to reduce the prices. That insurance increases coverage to help, and that we can figure out how to help women and families get what they need.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being willing to share. So I do want to broaden the discussion. It's already been coming up, some of the downsides, the trade-offs of therapies, but Joyce, I want to check in with you first. Anything to share from what's coming on the web before we move to that topic?
Yeah, I think again there's consistency in what has been said in the room and what we're seeing come in online and submitted comments. I'll share a few if that's okay. Amy O from Warrenton, Virginia said that in terms of obstacles or taxing elements of treatment, she said. The blood draws required hours-long early morning drives before my full work days even began. And that was a challenge. Megan S. in Ohio said the weeks of injections were physically taxing and carried significant emotional side effects, making it very difficult to work and to parent. I think there was an interesting comment that touches upon some of what we've been hearing about cost, but I know that's not the primary focus, but I think where it intersects with the clinical is important. Kelly P. from Fairfax, Virginia said, our journey to parenthood has been long, exhausting, and expensive. As older parents, I was 56 and a half when I gave birth to my son. It was more difficult, but we are managing. If insurance had covered us earlier, we would probably have a child getting ready to enter high school instead of preschool. So I thought that was important to share.
Well, thank you for those of you who have been writing with comments. Know that we are receiving them. Please keep submitting them using the comment form under the player page you're following along today. We'll continue reading them, but also know that we will have all of them for the Voice of the Patient summary report. So if we can pull out our phones, go to that web page, www.pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. We have one polling question here, which is a perfect transition from some of those web comments to understand what are the biggest drawbacks of your and your loved one's current treatments or approaches for your fertility-related concerns, and you can select up to 3 here. The options are A, uncertainty about whether the treatment or approach will work. B, it does not restore natural fertility. C, it does not preserve current fertility. D, it does not adequately ensure the health of the child. E, the high cost or copay, or it's not covered by insurance. F, limited availability or accessibility. G, side effects. H, the route of administration or invasiveness of the procedures. I, it requires too much effort and or time commitment. J, long waiting periods or delays between different treatment steps. Or K, something else that represents a top 3 greatest drawback of your current treatments. Or L, if not applicable because you're not using anything. As you're making these selections and picking the top 3, I'm sure if we had let you pick all that apply, that you'd be clicking down the list. So I want you to think about which treatments are coming to mind, or it might be a treatment, but it might be a constellation of things contributing to these drawbacks. So we want to hear about that from you. As it stands, it looks like the top biggest drawbacks are the uncertainty about whether the treatment or approach will work, and the high cost or copay, or it's not covered by insurance. After that, we see a drop-off. We see things like route of administration and invasiveness, side effects, and requiring too much time and effort being reported. But everything here except for that it does not preserve current fertility is reported as a top 3 biggest drawback of your loved one's current treatments. So we want to dig into this a little bit more now with you here in the audience, and I see a hand that's ready to pop up. It was waiting for me to finish there, but we'll go ahead and start right there in the back of the room.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the person in the room that always gets to say, I have the scary story. So when you're talking about infertility, I'm generally not the one you want to come to for the first round of what it might be. But in total, we had 5 rounds of IUI, Operation Turkey Baster, 3 rounds of IVF, in total 7 miscarriages. My heart goes to you, my heart. I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry. Unfortunately, with our 7th miscarriage, I bled too much, and I ended up with a pulmonary embolism in my right lung and a blood clot in my right calf, and we had to have a hysterectomy. And that was the end of me being able to carry. Before that, I had 5 miscarriages. I couldn't actually conceive, so similar story. And 2 from IVF, and I'm sorry, normally I can get through this. But in that mix, we also had a birth mom change her mind at 29 weeks I'm so sorry. Oh. And so we really went through it. We had a beautiful ending. We actually did donor embryo, same thing, only somehow, I have no idea, my daughter looks like a spitting image of me. It's one of those things, but my sister carried for us. So we are incredibly lucky. She turned 3 last week. And we have 2 embryos on ice, 2 baby brothers, and that's the reality we're facing. Is we now need to go to traditional surrogacy, and how do we afford that? I'm 42 years young, but my husband's 46, and it's, are we happy with one? Of course we're happy with one, but it's those decisions that you're not used to or you're ready to make. And when I look back at my fertility journey, I think of it more of like a Mario game. Maybe that's aging me, but the stupid song and then the turtle shell hits you and you have to start back all over. That was like our fertility journey, right? Thank you. Okay. And so we started with our third miscarriage. I found out that I had a progesterone deficiency, and that's what they thought caused our miscarriages. And then after our third miscarriage, we had imaging. I was 34 years young to find out that I was born with a unicorda uterus. Lucky 1% of the population right here. And so my left half never developed. I had a left ovary just free balling out there, but not attached to anything. And then came my fourth and my fifth miscarriage. And so I ended up going to a reproductive endocrinologist to find out what was going on. And it turned out that I had an immune issue. And so anytime the placenta was attaching to my uterine wall, my body thought it was cancer and it fought it off. And that's what caused my miscarriages. So the only treatment available was to suppress my immune system. And none of that's covered by insurance. And it's very costly treatment. And unfortunately, we never got that chance because then we had our sixth and our seventh loss. And then I had my hysterectomy. And so I think the hardest part about this process is you're waiting for someone to validate, or you're getting validated, and then congratulations, you get to go to the next step. You're never looked at as a whole person. Okay, let's take a step back. You've had 3 losses. What does that mean? Here's some treatments. Here's some blood work. Instead, it's like in our field, it's like, here's a bunch of protocols that have had success. So this is what we're going to try to see because it's been successful for others, but it doesn't mean that it's successful for you. And that is really challenging when you're talking about spending thousands of dollars on this hope, but not really knowing, is it for sure going to resolve the issue? And the fact that you don't get all the information at once. It's only after you failed or after there's been failed treatment that then you find out about this next thing. There's something that my husband and I used to talk about, and I would be like, it's the hope that kills you. And it's that what if that rumbles around in the back of your head. What if I tried this? Would I have been successful? And at the end of it, I always just wanted to say, I didn't want to have that what if. If we came to the point where we'd be childless, not by choice, did we try everything? Great, then we're okay. And I think the hardest part is that with treatment, you just don't know what's next, and you don't know what that crystal ball is and what your timeline is. And I think that's really hard when you're trying to make decisions for your future when you don't know what all of those things could possibly be. And I think that's the hardest part. And the fact that I do find it interesting that the first question you ask is, what's good? And the first response is you have to advocate for yourself. I think that right there, Joe and I were just talking about this, I think that right there talks about how our system isn't set to educate us. We have to educate ourselves. And talk about quack, are you getting scammed? I went to a doctor and he told me I needed to eat 3 ounces of protein every night because it would increase my human growth hormone. Guess what? I ate chicken for 3 months. It did not work. But I think when you don't have all of the information and all the facts and what does it really mean? And you find these things in Facebook groups, and this is what's been successful for other people. And that's when your care is also demanded by what's been successful for other people. You start looking to see what has been successful, as opposed to this drug works. This is what's going to work for your diagnosis. Yeah. Sorry, that was a really long answer.
It was a really good answer, though. So thank you. I just, a very fundamental starting point. Can you tell us how long, all this trial and error, what did that look like?
It was a really long time. Our first pregnancy loss was in 2010, and our daughter was born in 2023. So 13 years. We did treatment for 7 years.
And, it sounds like each time it was, it's trial and error, see if it works, and if it doesn't, we'll try the next thing. Yes. How, as you went through those experiences, or maybe in that moment it wasn't the right time, but looking back at those experiences, what is the information? If knowing what you know now, maybe, what would be the things that you would want to be able to ask in those moments to be able to feel like you were making more informed decisions?
Yeah, I think that when, it's interesting, I think that as you get a diagnosis, you dive more and more into something, right? And you try to find other people that have similar circumstances.
Yeah.
But I think it would have been really helpful to understand what it really meant to have a unicorn uterus and what that impact had besides just that IVF allows them to pick the best placement for the embryo transfer that gives you the best chance of success. But then also, like with recurrent pregnancy loss, once you've had 3, the number of other people that have had more than 3, it's quite slim. And there should be, here's what those next steps should be. And this is what it should include. It should include a standard blood panel and not just after 5 or 6 losses. I just don't understand what the difference between 3 to 6 is, except for your mental capability of being able to manage that. Because also what happens that they don't talk about with recurrent pregnancy loss is you have to know right away when you're pregnant so that they can start medication, because you can't take the medication if you're not pregnant. So it means every month you have to take a pregnancy test to prove to yourself you're not pregnant or to prove to yourself you are pregnant. And in that moment, that most people don't understand is there's a part of you that wishes you're pregnant, but another part that wishes you're not, because what happens if you're not in time? And I think that's the hard part, that no one talks about those quiet battles in the bathroom every day. And so I think that's what they don't prepare you for. And that's not even medication. That's your reality and what that means. I'm so sorry.
No, please don't apologize. We're so lucky to hear what you have to share. So thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Over.
Hello. I have a question of the panelists and anyone else who wants to chime in. And that is, could you guys discuss more about the mental health and the effects that it has? Because I think, back to when I had my child and the pregnancy brain that I had for a year, after I had her, and I can't even imagine how it must affect your mental health to go through treatments over and over and over again that are affecting your levels. And how much did the doctors discuss that possibility with you before you embarked on the journey? And then what was that actually like in working through those mental health issues, and how you dealt with those mental health issues, and what do you think should be done going forward to make it so that women and men are more informed about those issues?
So as people are raising their hands and contributing, I'll certainly invite them to speak to that. But I always have to throw it back of saying you've got to be coming from a place to want to ask that question. So can you share a little bit?
So my best friend is on the panel, and I love her to life. And I think that she is going to make an awesome mom when it happens. And it was very scary for me and concerning for me because we're miles and states away when she had her issues. And it frustrated me that she wasn't warned about those things. And she and her husband were unable to recognize it because they weren't warned about it, right? And so there were repercussions to that they potentially could have planned for and thought through and just tried to prepare for. And I just thought it was unfortunate that that's not something that's regularly discussed, right? Yeah. When you start this, you might, have these thoughts, right? And this is what you should do, and so that's where my concern comes from.
And is this something that you even though you were states away, you learned of, it became obvious to you? Can you maybe share an example of what it is that, wasn't being warned of?
Well, Shamice Awayinka shared her story where she was committed.
Yeah.
She was committed to a psychiatric institution because of an interaction between the IVF medication as well as the medication she was taking for her endo, as well as just life. And that interaction made it so that she was having thoughts and having feelings where she was self-aware enough to know, I don't feel right, I don't feel like myself. But instead of articulating it in a safe space and addressing it internally, she articulated to a medical professional, and that medical professional was like, oh, okay, and committed her, right? Without saying what was going to happen, without saying what was going on, and she was just kind of whisked off, into jail, because that's what involuntary commitment is like. It's like jail. You're whisked off to jail because of something that you didn't even have control over and you didn't even know was a possibility. And now you have to deal with those consequences, all because you want to be a mom. And I just think that that is doing people a disservice if you aren't addressing that beforehand and giving solutions, giving ideas, giving warnings to people so that you can prepare for that eventuality, and your spouse especially can be like, okay, I know what this is what we're gonna do, and this is how we'll address it.
Yeah, wow. Well, thank you, and thank you for being such a supportive friend, not along the way, but also being here today. Yes, we have a hand. John, we'll have you turn around.
So, just gonna move over here because, hi everyone. My name is Sean. This is my wife, Kate. I just didn't want to have her behind me because usually we're side by side. We're a team going through all of this. We've been going through our journey itself has been almost 6 years that we've been going back and forth. We started off knowing initially because my wife in her just before around 2018-20, she found out she had PCOS, and so at that point in time, she also found out that the doctor informs her that when it came time to start a family, thinking about that it probably would be challenging at that point in time too. So fast forward, we met. Story that I'm always happy to tell, and I need more time to be able to tell the story, but. We started trying and found out after a few months that, more than likely, let's be proactive. Let's try to figure out what we can do. So we went to her OB, found out that, okay, well, here's an opportunity. Just the OB said, take letrozole, try this, come back, doesn't work, we'll send you to a referral. We went, but at that point in time, the clinic that we went to, it felt like we were just take your number and we'll see you when you come up. And so the targeted approach, the support, really wasn't there. And so we switched clinics and did things that way. We winded up going through and finding out that in the process of everything, having an HSG, trying to figure out what was going on, found out that there was both blocked tubes, that there was multiple polyps that had developed too as well. And before we even started thinking about IVF, that we actually had to make sure that we got things to the most optimal type of scenario. So we went through for the first hysteroscopy. Time later, we now have had, she has had 8 hysteroscopies from 6 years ago to now as well. We've gone through as well, had 1 egg retrieval. In that egg retrieval, we winded up with 22 eggs that were retrieved, which was wonderful. We were like, this is awesome. Okay, what are we going to do with this at that point? And we found out from there that we winded up with 10 high-quality embryos because we went through and did PGTA testing because we're like, we're going through all of this. We want to just make sure that we have the best information that we have. But all of this wasn't really presented to us initially, and that was the challenge with things. We found out that the high quality embryos that we had, we were like, okay, well, we've got 10 opportunities here. We're like, we don't think we're gonna have 10 kids, but looking around to the community that is here and the individuals that have gone through this too, saw that we had a lot more opportunity than other individuals that may go with an egg retrieval and wind up with only 1 opportunity, if that. So for us, we started and we're like, okay, well, knowing with not having regular menstrual cycles, what are we going to do? Well, everything was pretty much timed out. And so we knew when the transfers were going to be happening. And so we went forward with our first transfer. It seemed like we had to wait an extra week because of the medication. The lining wasn't thick enough. but we went with the first transfer, it didn't take. The second transfer we went through, because we were like, okay, well, it was just that one, that's okay, let's go to the second one. We pushed through things. And we waited those 2 weeks, we found out that we were pregnant. And then we got to just almost 7 weeks, and we had a miscarriage. And it hit us hard. And then following that, we were like, okay, let's take a pause, let's just take some time for ourselves. And started and went through and had a second, the third transfer. And then we went through, waited the 2 weeks, we found out we were pregnant again. We're like, okay, this is great. It seemed at that point that everything had aligned there for us. At the same point in time, prior to the third transfer, we found out that we were trying to ask why, similar to some of the stories that we've heard too as well. We wanted to know why. We saw that in that first pregnancy that we had subchorionic hematoma, which was a huge mass, and we were informed a lot of the times with SCHs, they just absorb naturally. We didn't know if that was the cause, and it was uncertain after even testing that we didn't have a surefire reason. But we went through testing, and then we found out that she has antiphospholipid syndrome, APS, which with that, to help treat it, you're having to take Lovenox, daily blood thinner. We went through all this thinking third time, all right, we've got everything set, and ended up with another miscarriage. We went to try to figure out more. The doctors decided to increase the Lovenox, the blood thinner, to being twice a day, along with hydroxychloroquine to try to help minimize things. It went through, and we're like, okay, let's try to switch things up a little bit. We've gone through the medicated approach, have an assisted natural type of cycle. With letrozole again, we're like, well, we went through this once before, it didn't work out, but this time it was monitored, and that was pretty much rushed for the fourth transfer. It didn't work out for us. The transfer didn't take. And then we went back, we were like, okay, we know what worked. We tried that again with a fifth transfer, and that didn't work as well. Right now, and because too, I know with doing PGTA testing, we knew the breakdown of the embryos, and so we were trying to have a girl, and that seemed to not be in the cards there for us. But we also know that at the same point in time, we have 5 other embryos as well that are still high quality. So we're looking forward to our next transfer. We're preparing for that next cycle actually just in the next few weeks. So hopefully this one's going to be the one with things. But I think, I just want to say thank you for all the stories and being able to share it too as well. But I think the biggest challenge that comes to this is just not knowing where the support is. Not just for the women that are going through with the shots, or those partners that are the nurses at home administering and mixing and just trying to go through just because of the fear of administering those shots, but really being able to know where the community is. Because we found out about this event, I think a Thursday, and we're like, wait, it's an opportunity to find the community and actually talk with the folks that are going through it, because when it comes to talking to family, talking to friends, they don't understand. They want to support and be like, oh, it'll happen next time. And it's like, that's not the words you need to hear or you want to hear at that point. It's really being able to just have somebody to lean in, listen, give you a hug. But also when it comes to the medical professional and the doctors that you're actually working with, not being able to have to retell the same story every single appointment. Because that, just hashing through every single time, it's taxing. So being able to find the community, to be able to share that, to elevate that, to also be able to share with the physicians, and having somebody that's either going to help advocate, whether it's yourself, but at the same time, it can be very taxing, but having a support system within the process of going through IVF to actually be able to help be your champion along, so you're not in it alone and having to help educate any physicians or doctors you're going and seeing at the time. But thanks for letting me share too as well. So thank you.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, and thank you. As you went, you were answering my questions. So just really want to, commend you for just finding out about this meeting, showing up, and being so willing to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I do want. I know we're here towards the end of the meeting. Want to make sure we get to the last question of today, and so we have one more polling question for you. Pull out those phones one last time. Go to pollev.com/A4FP-PFDD. So we've spent the afternoon talking about everything that you all have tried again. And so now we want to know, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you or your loved one look for in an ideal future treatment, or what improvements to existing treatments would matter most? You can select up to the top 3. The options are A, higher certainty and predictability about outcomes, B, higher success rates, C, restoring or protecting natural fertility, D, better protecting fertility during medical treatments, E, better protect future health of the child, F, fewer side effects or health risks, G, being less invasive, H, shorter treatment timelines and fewer cycles, I, treatments that can be started quickly, J, more personalized treatment approaches, or K, other, something else short of a complete cure that would be something you're looking for you or your loved one in a next future treatment. Perhaps the hardest question of the day is asking you to pick just 3 of these things, but again, as you're making these selections, we want to know, what you selected and why. And so as it stands, we're seeing kind of clearly at the top, higher certainty and predictability regarding outcomes. I think that holds very true to many of the comments that we've just heard. B, higher success rates is this number 2. Number 3, we're seeing more personalized treatment approaches. And then after that, we see a number of other things that are in several people's top 3 across all of these different options. So many important priorities for this community, across the board. It's certainly not one size fits all. So thank you for participating in the polling. That is our last question for the day, so you can finally close that window down. And so as we move to kind of conclude the meeting, I want to open it up. This is your opportunity to share, what is your top goal, whether it's something that would have been useful in the past or something that would be useful in the future. What would you say is that top treatment goal? It's also a hard question. It's been a long day, and this is something that is a little bit more abstract to think about, but a very important question still. Yes.
I promise not to make anyone cry. No, I think that honestly, like when I take a step back and look at my treatment, did I have to go through all that to get to where I got? And I think that's the hardest part about this is, especially when we talk about, I think that for like a lot of people in your communities, you'll know what doctor someone goes to because you know what protocol they use. And those doctors have been working for a long time. And so the fact that they're known for their protocol, I think it just says like, we're not evolving or we're not evolving fast enough. And so I think it's more of a charge of like, how do we evolve more? And it's funny because in now my current life, I'm now actually a executive director of a fertility clinic. So it's kind of like a full life circle moment. I wanted to figure out how do I make things better so nobody has to feel alone like I did. And so I think that's something that I think to myself, but also to the FDA, like, how do we keep pushing this forward? And then how do we keep funding research so that we do have answers? Because treatment's great, but if we don't know the reasons for its having, and it's so crazy how many people have unexplained fertility as their diagnosis. And, I know that the infertility is the one disease that you actually get a baby out of it. Diabetes doesn't bring you a baby, cancer doesn't bring you a baby, but infertility, if you fix it or you treat it properly, you do have a baby. And so I just think that more funding is needed for more research. I know that really isn't the answer to the question of treatment, but I think that's how you get to better treatment is by better research.
Yeah, and very clearly I hear, from what you just said, the option about more personalized approaches. When you're saying you go to the doctors are known for their protocols, doesn't sound like it's very personalized. We'll come to Joe, and then we'll come right here. I think you had your hand up. So. We'll just pass it along.
Two things come to mind. First, I think when we look at the treatment of infertility, when we compare it to other disease sets, especially ones that have similar psychological profiles for individuals, cancer patients, for example, Care navigation and cancer navigation is something that is accepted and paid for as you go through this process. Yet infertility, everyone is on their own as they go through this. Almost every single person here is talking about how isolating the experience is. I am lucky enough to have never gone through the cancer treatment process, but having seen loved ones go through this, hospitals and health systems are equipped to handle and to help people navigate that. It's not perfect, and I completely understand that, but there is at least something there. Fertility patients do not have that. And then two, this is a charge to the FDA, when you look at the approval of medications, the FDA is charged with the risk-benefit analysis. Do the benefits of a potential thing outweigh the potential risks? The risks to IVF patients and fertility patients are way beyond just the side effects a medication can provide to them. Every single person here has talked about the psychological impact, the emotional impact, the trauma it causes, the change in a person's life, their inability to perform basic functions, the ability to go out in public. All of these things are impacted. So I ask the FDA and others to actually expand that definition of risk to see what is the actual impact that it has on an individual when trying to determine what are the best ways we can move forward to help improve care for people, to increase outcomes, those type of things. So those would be the two things that I would say.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Joe.
I'm a little sick, so. But I am talking about it more for the uncomfortability because I'm a cancer survivor, so my perspective is based on that.
Yes.
But I think definitely some things that need to be improved, as I hear everybody, is the psychological support. It sounds as if mental health, and it's quite expensive, as we know, it's really affecting everybody who goes through fertility treatment. I would say some fertility centers do actually, I will give Shady Grove props because they do have support groups, and I think they do provide some mental health support for their patients who are undergoing fertility. But I understand everybody does that. And everybody's aware probably about the support groups too that Shady Grove has. But that was really helpful for me, meeting people who were not just cancer survivors, but people who were going through fertility treatment. Many different ages, many different issues. It was really awesome to kind of, they had a donor group, they had an infertility group. I joined both because I was, okay, and it was really helpful. And I think, too, also is that patients meet doctors in the most vulnerable times of their life. That's just a reality. They're trusting these people with credentials and education to lead them. And when they get in that room, they're coming in that room expressing what they went through, they're telling their story. And sometimes I feel like there's not really being evaluated, really, because then they talk about, hey, you have this is what's going to happen. But they don't really talk about, hey, I see you're married. This is your spouse. What does family plan look like for you? Do you care to have kids? You're 18. You're this age. You're this old. They don't talk about the individual holistically. It's more like you have 10% of living. This is your options. This is your options. This is your options. But the reality is that people are coming to providers, again, at the most vulnerable state. So that needs to be respected. People need to actually get into the room and have person-centered care. When you meet your provider, that social worker on the cancer team should meet with the patient afterwards and say, hey, by the way, you're going to get this drug. This is tell me about your life. What's important to you? Do you have economic issues? What's your home life? Do you have support? Because isolation and psychological stuff affects everybody. Regardless of what illness you have, it is going to become an issue. And then, unfortunately, without help, you end up getting put into a psychiatric unit, right? And then now you're being evaluated. Now suddenly here's the help, here's the drug. What's wrong with you? Can we help you? You're here for 5 days. We need to get you discharged. Go see somebody else when you go home. Good luck. So I think really the FDA needs to really focus on the psychological, the economic aspect. Fertility treatment should not be a second chance. It should not be a second thought. It should be a first part of that conversation. You have an illness, I have medication, it's going to affect you in this way. We need to talk about that. How important is that to you? Can you afford it? Can we finance it? But leaving people after they go through that to now face, because after you go through cancer treatment, life is not easier. You have a bunch of different things depending on how the chemotherapy, which is a classification of drugs, right? So nobody has the same side effects. And depending on how that goes for you, that may not be the end. You might have a revolving door with other different issues, second-degree cancers, other health issues that you never even fathomed. But here you are now trying to manage your life and move on to have this meaningful life, because that's what we say. Meaningful life. You had cancer, you're alive. Let's go on, carry on. That's not what happens. We are destroying people's lives. We're isolating them, and we are costing them thousands of dollars in mental health support and services. And finding adequate mental health support is very, very hard. Nowadays, therapists are not even taking insurance. You're paying out of pocket to go see your therapist, to get your psychiatric medication. Good luck with your refill. So we really need to actually look at people and make sure that we're not just checking off boxes, but we're having a conversation. And if we can't do it in our level, making sure somebody in our team, this medical team that we have, is going to do that. Hey, let's talk about your finances. Let's talk about this, because that's really how we're going to help people actually truly have meaningful lives.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. While I can't speak for FDA, I do know that the purpose of the questions that we asked today, they come from the FDA of wanting to know not just the immediate impacts, but those downstream impacts. And so I hope that one message that everyone that came here today and shared and was vulnerable, sharing, it's difficult already to just talk about the physical, the black and white of, and a lot of the gray of infertility and fertility loss, but also the mental health and the psychosocial impacts. And so you all did that today. You showed up, and FDA, they're here in the room. There's others that are watching online, and this meeting is going to live on and inform that. And they do care about that. That's why we ask these questions. So really, thank you. At this stage, I want to just check in and give our folks on the web the last word before we wrap up today's session.
Yeah, I guess one of the, we were trying to group these comments, and I just wanted to make note that we weren't getting that many in the success columns. And so of course those are the people who are giving comments, but I think, you've touched on these themes. So one example I wanted to share earlier, but I'll insert now, is Allie in Virginia said, the math of embryo development is unpredictable, and each round often resulted in fewer embryos than we anticipated. And that was pretty consistent. Actually, it's her. That's why it's consistent. Another comment was that the industry needs to be more transparent about timing and the reality of success, providing families with a clear, more realistic roadmap that could soften the emotional blow of a process that is as much about endurance as about medicine. So I think that just keep that unknown, uncertainty, the variance in outcomes, I think is really what we're hearing a lot of.
Well, I want to thank all of you, everybody in this audience, everyone who's been on the web today. We're now going to wrap up today's session, so you all are also free to go back to your seats. But before I introduce our speaker to give summary remarks, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, as the moderator for today, thank all of you. It's, as I just said, we knew coming in today that we were asking a lot, to share things that are hard to share. And, we asked you to not just share, but really pull back the curtain to help us, people who have not walked in your shoes, try to at least understand a fraction of what it is that you've lived with and gone through. And as the person who's had the privilege of speaking with each of you today and hearing your stories and, getting sometimes, having to ask you tough questions about those experiences, just really appreciate you doing that. It's impossible to not feel the grief that you shared as you shared it. And to hear about the, trial and error, and we heard about how hope, is sometimes the worst part, is getting your hope up. We heard that today. And, to be able to share that so we can all collectively learn from it and do better, advance better treatments, know how to better test those treatments to make sure that they are resulting in meaningful outcomes for you. and avoid the things that are the challenges. I think that really happened today. And so, again, just thank you so much for showing up the way that you did. This community should feel so proud with today. But with that being said, now is a possible task, which is to try to summarize the discussion today. But we have a great person to do it, my friend and colleague, Sarah Wicks. Sarah, she works at the intersection of bringing together stakeholders, regulators, industry, patient voices to truly make drug development patient-centered, and she's been critical in helping prepare and organize today's meeting. So without further ado, Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, James. Today's meeting opened with remarks from Joyce Reinecke, Executive Director of the Alliance for Fertility Preservation, and Dr. Camille Hammond, CEO and co-founder of the Cade Foundation. Dr. Christina Chang, Director of the Division of Urology, Obstetrics, and Gynecology at FDA, shared that this meeting will give the agency direct insight into what it's like to experience infertility or fertility loss, which will inform FDA's thinking throughout drug development and review, shaping what outcomes are prioritized and identifying what benefits are meaningful and what risks are acceptable. We then heard from Dr. Glenn Chapman, Associate Professor at Weill Cornell Medical College and Chairman of the Board of the Alliance for Fertility Preservation, who explained that infertility is a multifactorial disease that affects both men and women almost equally. Infertility may result from impairments in sperm production or function, ovulatory disorders, structural abnormalities of the reproductive tract, hormonal and endocrine dysfunction, genetic conditions, or environmental and lifestyle exposures, with some cases remaining unexplained despite thorough evaluation. Age-related decline in reproductive potential, underlying medical conditions, prior infections or surgeries, and even exposures such as cancer treatments can also affect fertility. In the morning, we heard from members of the community who so bravely shared what it means to experience infertility or fertility loss, including patients with underlying conditions such as cancer, PCOS, endometriosis, and sickle cell disease, as well as those experiencing unexplained infertility and recurrent pregnancy loss. Participants, their collective experiences reflected the broad and deeply personal impact of infertility across medical, emotional, and life in general. Participants described profound grief and sadness from infertility and pregnancy loss, particularly among those experiencing recurrent miscarriage and loss of reproductive capacity due to medical conditions or surgery. Some participants described the deeply personal decisions that can accompany infertility, like making the trade-off between undergoing life-saving treatment for another condition or preserving their future fertility. Others highlighted that even when they have been able to build their families, the emotional impact of infertility does not disappear, but continues to shape how they experience parenthood, relationships, and their sense of self. Many experience anxiety, an emotional volatility of treatment cycles marked by repeated hope and disappointment, as well as fear surrounding pregnancy viability and complications. Participants frequently expressed feelings of guilt, shame, or self-blame, particularly when infertility was attributed to one partner or remained unexplained, leading individuals to internalize responsibility and question their own bodies. These emotional impacts were often compounded by physical burdens, including pain from injections, medication side effects, and recovering from procedures. Infertility significantly affects daily life and planning. Participants emphasized the impact on family planning, describing prolonged, uncertain timelines and the need to repeatedly reassess pathways to parenthood, including assisted reproduction or alternative options. Many describe difficulty managing stress or anxiety as treatment cycles, waiting periods, and prior losses create a constant emotional burden that affects day-to-day well-being. Infertility also affects individuals' ability to participate comfortably in social events involving pregnancy or children, with many describing isolation, emotional withdrawal, or difficulty engaging in settings that highlighted their own loss or uncertainty. These impacts often co-occurred with disruptions to routines, including scheduling life around treatments, appointments, and recovery. Participants expressed persistent concerns about the future of their reproductive health and family building goals. A dominant concern is the ability to have a child, including whether current or future treatments would ultimately result in a successful pregnancy or biological child. Many described fear of not knowing if fertility treatments will work, reflecting uncertainty at every stage of the process and the lack of predictability in outcomes. Participants also highlighted concerns about the continued emotional and psychological toll, including how ongoing infertility and repeated loss would shape their mental health, relationships, and long-term outlook. For many, these worries are not hypothetical, but ongoing, shaping decisions, timelines, and expectations for their future. Overall, the morning session highlighted that infertility is not only a clinical condition, but a deeply personal and multifaceted experience that affects physical health, emotional well-being, identity, and life planning. Participants described the cumulative impact of infertility and pregnancy loss, marked by cycles of hope and uncertainty, the emotional burden, and disruptions to daily life and relationships. Together, these outcomes underscored the need for treatments and outcomes that reflect what matters most to patients, including not only the ability to achieve pregnancy, but also reduce burden, uncertainty, and life-term impact on quality of life. In the afternoon, we turned to the discussion of treatments, what has worked, where current treatments fall short, and what patients hope to see in the future. We heard from Dr. Lauren Roth, Medical Director at Shady Grove Fertility, that existing treatments range from low-tech approaches, such as ovulation induction and intrauterine insemination, to high-tech assisted reproductive technologies, including IVF. These approaches are often supported by complex medication regimens to stimulate ovulation, regulate hormones, and prepare the body for pregnancy. We then heard from the community who had a direct experience with a wide range of treatment pathways, outcomes, and decision-making processes. Participants identified several treatments and approaches that enabled progress towards family building. IVF was frequently cited as a critical pathway. IUI was described as an important early intervention, and fertility preservation and cryopreservation were highlighted as essential in preserving the possibility for future biological parenthood. Others also described trying diet, exercise, acupuncture, and other holistic approaches, some even removing plastics from their home to improve their fertility outcomes. But many also highlighted that community, including peer support and shared experiences, have played an important role in helping to navigate treatment, cope with the emotional burden, and feel less isolated throughout their fertility journey. Despite these successes, many emphasized the key limitations to current approaches. There is significant uncertainty about whether treatments will even work, with many describing unpredictable outcomes, failed cycles, loss after implantation, and variability in embryo development. Treatments often involve substantial side effects, like fatigue and hormonal effects, with one participant sharing her significant mental health decline due to drug-drug interactions. There's also an immense physical burden, including self-administering and mixing injections, leaving many feeling like mad scientists in pincushions, as well as a logistical burden, including repeated appointments, long travel distances, delays between steps, and the need to mix precise amounts of hormones at the precise time of day, multiple days in a row, all while coordinating around work, illness, or other life demands. These challenges are compounded by the need to make decisions quickly in time-sensitive situations, all while considering cost and other things in life. Thank you so much to everyone that participated today and for sharing your stories. And I will now turn it back to Joyce.
Thank you. I know it's been a totally packed day, so thank you everyone who's stuck with us, online as well as here. Thank you for that very thoughtful summary, Sarah. I think our report is done. It's been a really incredible day for me personally and for our organization, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here and share this and create a record of all of these important stories. I just want to say I hope everyone leaves here a little with more knowledge, with more compassion, and a commitment to going on to find better, less onerous treatments for infertility. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the FDA staff who were here today, all day, and with us. I want to thank Lena Merzog for all her help throughout these months-long process of planning. You've been instrumental in the process for me. Thank you. I also want to thank Sarah Wicks. I want to thank James Valentine from Hyman Phelps and McNamara. You can tell, obviously, they're well versed in these and really got us through this entire process. I want to thank John Dudley and the whole Dudley Digital Works team who you've seen here today. We could not have done it without you. And we hope that you'll all revisit this recording, the report, everything will live on. So you can view it at your own time. Finally, I want to thank everybody, the community, everyone in the room, everyone who's online, everyone who took the time to participate today and talk about the fertility treatment challenges that they've been undergoing and facing. It's really brave of everyone to be able to come out here and talk about these deeply personal, intimate experiences. So I just want you to know, of course, that's the most important part of this discussion. And I want to thank you all sincerely for being here today. So thanks. Oh, sorry, one more. I also want to tell you the Voice of the Patient report is coming out, and in the process of putting that together, you also have time to submit additional comments. So if you have thoughts or feelings maybe that, were brought to the surface today, you can still go online. We still want to hear from everyone and everyone who's out there online to add to that. So you've got 30 days to participate in that process as well. Anyway, it's been a great honor for me. It's an honor for our organization. I want to thank Camille and the Cade Foundation also for participating together. I want to thank our exclusive sponsor, EMD Serono, for making this all possible. And I hope that we all leave more connected and with a stronger community to get through this process. Thank you.